Yeah, how you like that? That's what I thought. Silly birdies. Hello. Hello. I gotta put my hair up in pony. It is time for a workout. Get some music. Oh, my Bluetooth's not on. Alright. That's deadlift. I don't even deadlift. Maybe I should, but I mean, it's which time? I don't know. Maybe. Is that alive or is it dead? A dead roach? Ew. Ew. Nasty. Oh, crap. swings. Love something said, backtrack, baby, I was born. Baby, I was born this way. Baby, I was born this way. Round two. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Like right here. Why there's an adhesion. Oh, you hear this pop? There. That's for the hips. There's another one you can do for hips. It really sucks, but I mean, you know, they all suck, so. Sumo Asian squat. And just hang out here. It's a good stretch. Do some headstands. I prefer the sleeper build where you don't look like you can lift, but you're strong. I don't like the bulky mommy, muscle mommy look, really. I prefer the fairy princess build. Your skin just thin but not muscular. Which is probably better for me because I don't think I can eat that much. Can't dedicate myself to eating the amount of calories and protein that I would need to look muscular. It's too much food. No, wait. My legs. Down, down. King with no crown. I'm just a boy, baby, so cool. I'm so choose, baby. I'm just a boy, baby, so cool. I'm so choose, baby. I'm in love with Judas, Judas. Even God is looking and proving way. I don't know the light of reaching there. Well, down, so sing it to the body. Bring 'em down, bring 'em down, down. I'll pick with no cloud, pick with no cloud. I'm just a boy, cool, baby, so cruel. I'm still the truth, baby. I'm just a boy, cool, baby, so cruel. I'm still the truth, baby. In girls, biblical sense, I am no longer content. Spending the profitable wedge from into mine. But in the cultural sense, I am sweet in nature tense. Judas is me in the fence, don't let it come next time. I wanna love you, but something's pulling me away from you. Jesus is my virtue, and Judas is the demon I cling to. I cling to is the one full of baby, it's the romance of the Judas baby. I'm just a one full of baby, the one full of baby. Oh, love with just Judas.
Wish I had the money, but can't find one. I'm a brown, I'm selfish, I'm really should this hat. My parents hide till they got divorced, cause I ruined their lives. I'm a twig, degenerate young rebel, and I'm proud of it.
Sweating now.
You would rather mess up than put with this. I'm a nerd. You gonna smoke in your face.
You know what, guys? This is too much work. I'm going to start releasing courses on how to grow your booty the easy way, okay? It might seem weird, but just trust. Trust me, my methods are effective. You ready for the course? Bum smashing. It might seem weird, but if you keep it up, you too can chisel your ass the way you wanted it. Ass of the gods. This is my looks maxing course. But that's just a teaser. The more helpful tips if you buy my course. Trust. No. It's not the booty builder machine. Trust me. You gotta hammer yourself in the butt cheek 100 times a day. Call it bum smashing, okay? It's a good course. You should buy it. You just pounded your ass and it worked? Amazing! Amazing! I'm so happy for you. Gotta do some arm workout. No need to buy it, just showed us. But I didn't show you everything. You should see the boob smashing. How to grow your titties. Buy the course. Buy the course. Some of y'all, though, y'all problem is your titties are too big and you trying to not have titties anymore. I got a course that can work in either direction. Gosh. How about cock smashing? Whoa, calm down, sir. You might break something. You don't want to hammer your pee-pee, okay? It's not healthy. I cannot promote that as ethical gym games. Okay. Oh, there's I tried to get my dog to go on the treadmill. I tried to get Ryder to do it. He won't do it though. He'll do the human treadmill, but he won't run by himself. He'll only walk on a leash with me on the treadmill. But at least Trump uses it. We upgraded. Last time was 10 pounds, now it's 20. And we're doing a lot of rows. Row machine. Yeah, it's really hard for me to do this exercise with the right form because my arms are too long for my legs. I'm like a Elastigirl. So I have to like try extra hard to stay stable. Alright, one more set of that, and I'm going to do some biking with the 10-pound weights on the leg. You have this leg up. weighted vest too somewhere. If I can find it.
It's been a long time since I came around. Been a long time, but I'm back in town. This time I'm not leaving without you. You taste like whiskey when you kiss me. Oh, I give anything to be your baby doll. This time I'm not leaving without you. He says, sit back down where you belong, in the corner of my bar with your high heels on. Sit back down on the couch where we made love the first time, and you said to me that something about this place. Something about lonely nights and my lipstick on your face. Something about my home and the rest of life. It's something about baby, you and I. It's been 2 years since I let you go. Couldn't listen to a joke or rock and roll. So hard, no, it's rock and roll.
You know, they might have thought it was a gun vest, like a bulletproof or tactical thing. I don't see it. Oh well. I'll just use the leg stuff, I guess. That's where this leg stuff was originally. They'd put it in the garage, thinking it was tactical gear. Stay on my leg. Boy. Okay. Still have enough. Yeah. Massage. Okay.
Doesn't matter if you love him or capital H-I-M. Just put your paws up, cause you were born this way, baby.
Okay. I was lost, babe. Love song inside. I can't see it. It's so face. Jane, baby, I was lost, babe. Let me get mine. The correct love hands. So we been working through. The agent of the insect world. I must be my most familiar. Where's the phone? Oh, I put the phone in. Oh. Ah.
like 10 minutes? I don't know. Where the fuck is the route? Piece of shit. Bullshit. So you'll try a different one. Where is it? Oh my god. Why you do this to me? Because you bullshit company. Really? None of them work? Fuck you. What about this bullshit? Does this work? No. Probably not. Oh. Maybe this one does. Okay, something works. Thank God. Oh my god. These pedals of the devil. She's like, Make you scream, make you scream.
This is hard with weights. I love the resistance. I've got 12 pounds of weight on each leg. I need my water. It's too much weight. Okay.
3, 2, 1. I'm fine. Heavy. Got a bruise there now where that hit my leg. It's okay. It is what it is. The real, like the Rocky effect.
Neck's so sweaty. Oh. Ah, my legs. What song would make my legs hurt less? Any of them? I'll just do some Michael Jackson. Going away. And hold on. Platforms and then roll out for me. Ah. I swear it's the roller. I'm not farting. That's why I play the music. No, not that. This one. Oh no, there we go. Because you're starving in your hand, so eat it. We can make a tutor parody to this. Feed it. Try to feed it. If your dick falls off, no, have yourself to blame. Just beat it. Beat it. Woo. Ah, that's some core work. Oh. Whew. Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo. Ah.
Oh, shit. My legs are like a jello already, but we'll hit the abductors. Miss new booty, it doesn't bring back to me. Hit the dance floor, that another groove.
Oof.
Just say no.
It is sweaty in here. Baby, I'm sorry. I'll tell you, don't worry. I will be late. Don't stay up and wait for me. What happened to my song? Grr. There it is.
Let me tell you a story about the call that changed my destiny. Me and my girls went out just to end up in misery. Was about to go home one day, he was standing in front of me. Is it I got a little place nearby. Wanna go? I should have said no. Someone's waiting for me, but I got my boy up instead. Listen, baby, I'm sorry. Just wanna tell you, don't worry. I will be late. Don't stay up and wait for me. Say it again, you're done. Now my battery is low, and so you know. Tears got nothing, it's been one. I can't take it back, what's done is done. One of his friends found out that he wasn't my only one. And it eased me from inside that he's by my side. Just because I made that all alive. Driving on my batteries low, just so you know, the boys will leave me by. Hello, hello, hello. Listen, baby, I'm sorry. Hello, hello, hello. Listen, baby, I'm sorry. Dear America.
No, I don't want that one. I want my conspiracy songs, because they're such bangers. Aliens. Who's crazy now?
Deep in Nevada lies the truth untold. I've heard whispers through the land from the legends old. So many stars in the sky. Are we really alone? Are aliens out there? Or have they invaded our home? Are we the watchers? Or are we all the blind? Only the blind. I've looked for people who've been broken. They're hard to find, but they're hard to find. My quest for answers has only begun. Sightings of aliens in the desert sun. Are there really secrets in every 51? How many with proof are still alive? The answer is none. The answer is none. Craters that go on barren ground. Gods with guns, no answers found. I've seen a shadow. Is it a UFO? Are those silver orbs the aliens? I bet the CIA knows. First it was UFO, now it's UAP. Alphabet super, so it seems. That's all it has to me. I'm convinced they're hiding truth through all these lies on TV. My quest for answers has only begun. Sightings of aliens in the desert sun. Are there really secrets in every 51? How many with proof are still alive? The answer is no. Every time Congress has a hearing and I don't like what I hear, I put on my tinfoil hat just in case the aliens are near. If I see any more crop circles etched into a farmer's grass, I'll run straight to the field and present.
when conspiracy becomes reality. Oof. Another good conspiracy song. Oh, the Illuminati. Song. Oh, these are my songs on Suno. I wrote the lyrics. They are AI songs, but that one was called Aliens, and this one's called Illuminati. My magnum opus, the conspiracy album.
They say the eye is watching still from the obelisks up on the
Poetry, sung to life.
and sacred ties.
Real lyrics.
13 families ruling our lives.
Lots of questions running through my head about a bunch of guys that are dead.
What's a Freemason? What do they do? I don't know if any of their theories are true.
Illuminati.
Secret society, so many secrets.
What are they meant to me? Who the hell are all these old guys? Are they just a cult of watchful spies?
Have you seen them?
Where did they go? Are they in the White House? I don't know. Illuminati. They're always having that scene. The puppet masters pulling the strings. Every time I open my Reddit thread, I learn about things I begin to dread. Pyramids on dollar bills, parables and secret deals.
Why is there a logo on my cash?
Do you think they cause the planes to crash?
What do the triangle gangster signs mean? The Pythagorean theorem's kind of hazy to me. Were they the guys who built the wall around our borders, controlling us all? Illuminati, secret society, so many secrets. What do they mean to me? Who the hell are all these old guys? Are they just a cult of watchful spies? Illuminati, I ain't seen them. Where'd they go? Are they in the White House? I don't know. Illuminati, they're always there but never seen. The puppet master pulling the strings. After all my Googling, I still can't decide. What's the deal with those crazy guys? Can they see me nude with the eye of the Illuminati? Are they a myth or are they real? Got me caught up right in my feels. If I were rich and feeling naughty, maybe I'd be a part of the Illuminati. Illuminati. Do you know the earth. The Shadow Kingdom, where lizard people are birthed. Rituals take place each night, right under our cities. Did you hear about those kitties? It's such a pity. Have you ever seen a guy that wasn't quite right? Kind of looked like the thing David Icke described. Lizard people wearing a human shroud. Did the beads transform in front of a crowd? Some say they saw scales on his face. Is he a part of the reptilian race? Lizard people, they harvest souls. They got fangs, a tail, and hiding holes. Excuse the skin and eyes that glow. What planet did they come from? I don't know. Like said the Bush family and British royal guards are all reptilians in disguise. There's a tower on the moon collecting our souls. What are those skinny guys doing? What are their goals? Billy Corgan said he once was seduced by a lizard queen baddie. Is that the truth? I don't wanna try a girl with scaly boobs. A split tongue sounds nice. What do we do? The lizard people, they harvest souls. They got fangs, a tail, a hiding hole. Excuse the skin and eyes that glow. What planet did they come from? I don't know. Do you remember that woman on the plane? She got thrown out because she seemed insane. She was crying, panicking, caught in her feels. When she screamed, that motherfucker is not real. Subterraneans are tunneling deep below. I don't wanna believe, so say it ain't so. Then you know how they keep us from seeing the truth. Holograms to look like me and you. They can shape shift to hide. We're practically hypnotized, so we don't know who's part of the reptilian. And before you say I sound insane, let me tell you they have so many names. Reptilians are cons and reptoids too. Sorry, I'm draconians. That's lizard people for you. That's lizard people for you. By the way, Harry Potter, he could speak lizard. That must make him a lizard wizard.
There's a place I love, and it's made of stones, where they say the ancients rested their bones. Lots of ruins in the world have been undone. The Stonehenge, it isn't one. Why did the ancients build this place?
Got anything to do with outer space?
Got anything to do with outer space? Try some treadmill today. I'm gonna get my cardio up for summer horse riding. A little bit. Built it for the pyramids. Oh, my thumb pressed a different song. Oh, damn it. Feel my groove.
twice a year.
There's a party around these stones
Seems like a fun place.
to bring my rose. We could dress up like wizards,
Flying our road up too low. We could bring some pie.
I'll get stoned. Do you think they'd allow it? I don't know.
So many things we could do out there, like we used to do at the Renaissance Fair.
Remember when we made the sacrifice? I can pick which friends when I roll the dice.
Anyways, let's get back to the stones. So many things about it I long to know. Oh, yeah. Been there for my 1,000 years or so. Still hiding mysteries and nobody knows. Looking for the pyramids. I've been in all these stones since I was a kid. What would I do to know why these rocks were put here long ago? Is it place where sin gets sacrificed? I don't know yet. I've only been twice. Every time I visit the greatest change, I hear the boring facts, and I have to cringe. They say the burial grounds for a bunch of dead guys. Do you think that's real or just more lies? I've heard it's an altar or observatory. I need to know what's the real story. Did the Druids build it to align with the stars? Are they Legos for giants or a portal to Mars? Is it a landing dock for UFOs? A sundial used very long ago? Could be an arena where warriors fought. How about a stony shipyard for ancient yachts? A place where angels touched down before. A holy temple with too many doors. Every time I ask these questions, I get denied by my ignorant Stonehenge tour guide. Pick these boulders out of the sand. What kind of freak rolling through the land? You had to be a real strong guy, or when will I know the secret of the sacred shrine? I've heard a story that only sailors know, where the waters are deep and the moonlight glows. If you take a ship and sail a real long time, you might see a sight that's so divine. Her upper half is like a wish, her lower half is like a fish. Poseidon's daughters, they're in the waters. Maidens of the sea, mermaids, I call it me. They sing to me in my dreams, lullabies under the moonlight gleams. Sometimes they make me feel alive, other times they make me wanna cry, depending if they wanna keep me alive. A secret tide, a whispered vow, tell me, are they watching now? Fins that shimmer, hair that flows, shrouded in mysteries everywhere they go. I heard Hollywood parties
Really close
are
for now.
romantic. I
Wonder if it tastes like normal fish.
do they have blowholes and have to come up for air? Do they have gills so they can breathe down there? Do you think they're thin or blubbery? Would they save a nice drowning guy like me? Or would they take me deep down under the sea? Would they have me for dinner at delicacy of life. Become a merman. How do they breathe? Ravens of the sea, mermaids are calling me. They sing to me in my dreams. Lullabies under the moonlight beams. Sometimes they make me feel alive. Other times they make me wanna cry. Depending if they wanna keep me alive. Once human bodies, they met their demise when they were taken by fallen angels as wives. Now they have no soul. Taking yours is their goal. If you hear a siren song, you might start to fear what will happen to you as they draw you near. Once asked an Aryan cosplayer on Instagram if mermaids lay eggs or have a clam. I don't know, 'cause she blocked me. I feel kind of betrayed. Oh, how I long to get laid by a mermaid. Deep in Nevada lies the truth untold. I've heard whispers through the land from the legends old. So many stars in the sky. Are we really alone? Are aliens out there? Or have they invaded our home? Are we the watchers? Or are we all the blind? Are we the blind? I've looked for people who've been probed. They're hard to find. But they're hard to find. My quest for answers has only begun. Teams of aliens in the desert sun. In the desert sun. Are there really secrets in Area 51? How many would prove are still alive? The answer is none. The answer is none. Craters echo on barren ground. Gods with guns, no answers found. I've seen a shadow. Is it a UFO? Are those silver orbs the aliens? I bet the CIA knows. First it was UFO, now it's UAP. Alphabet super, so it seems. That's all these words mean to me. I'm convinced they're hiding truth through all these lies on TV. My quest for answers has only begun. Sightings of aliens in the desert sun. In the desert sun. Are there really secrets in Area 51? How many with proof are still alive? The answer is no. Every time Congress has a hearing and I don't like what I hear, I put on my tinfoil hat just in case the aliens are near. If I see any more crop circles etched into a farmer's grass, I'll run straight to the field and present at the ends of the earth, sudden home. Lie the secrets of long ago. The icy wall that stands so tall. What's it hiding? I wanna know it all. Whispers of an ancient past, locked away 'neath frozen glass. A continent you can't fly above, or you'll be arrested by the gov. I think it's weird, I think it's sus. There's likely aliens, otherwise what's the fuss? Antarctica, your silence rolls 1,000 mysteries behind frozen doors. Pyramids rise out from the snow. Who built them? Nobody knows. Glaciers hide what the ancients knew. Maps of the stars etched in icy blue. What creatures first roam this endless free? Their echoes linger in the polar breeze. Have you ever used Google Earth down there? It's a time thing to be fair. McMurdo Station's kind of eerie. Lots of weird shit. It isn't pretty. Who built this city? Was there a treaty? So many questions. I have my theories. Antarctica, your silence roars 1,000 mysteries behind frozen doors. Pyramids rise where no sun has shone. A kingdom of secrets carved in stone. Giant squids from the water. Russians found them into their daughters. A penguin army multiplies. Are they real or just government spies? Navy SEALs, the animal kind, they're the intellect of the eye. Photographs when compared to Mars look the same, maybe ain't so far. I can't believe I've never been. Fuck it, next year I'll take my friends. All these theories keep me awake at night. There are mysteries running through my mind. The textbooks are lying, we've all been hypnotized. Gotta see it myself with my very own Antarctica. Antarctica. In the cradle of the earth, they ran, born of heaven's fire and mortal tax, wings of stone, hearts of flame, half divine, half bound in shame. Bound in shame. Whispers echo through the trees. The legends still drift on the breeze. Giants in the shadows.
I gotta have you on.
Walking where the brave won't go. There was a flood, a huge flood, to pay the price for their cursed blood. Were they all wiped out? Oh, I don't really know. Do they still exist? Where did they go? Feet fly from what does it mean? It's the last thing you hear before you scream. Crushing bones, haunting dreams. We've heard it all in tales of old. It's in my book, 1,000,000 copies sold. When your friends ask who built the pyramids, tell them it's a stupid question. The giants did. Giants in the shadows, walking where the brave won't go. There was a flood, a huge flood, to pay the price for their cursed blood. Were they all wiped out? Oh, I don't really know. Do they still exist? Where did they go? Where did they go? You say the world keeps spinning, but I can't feel a thing. The ocean waters will never walk around us like the rain. Maps are lying prophets, stars are just for show. Tell me why is the curve a story only science knows? If I take a boat and sail, do you think I'll fail to find that there's a giant wall around the earth, around us all, on the edge of earth, where the sky meets the sea? I'll chase the truth I know, but they said could never be. If the ground doesn't spin, and their science is all wrong, the earth is flat, I promise you. Please listen to my song. NASA shows the moon landing. Can't say that I'm convinced. I tried explaining this to my family, and I haven't seen them since. When I'm flying in first class, I don't see a car. The earth matters round his grandma's ass. The truth, what we deserve. If we're to walk right to the edge, would I drift into space or find the hidden corners of this endless place on the edge of earth, where the sky meets the sea? I'll chase the truth I know, but they said could never be. When the photos of space are CGI,
I feel like I'm still moving.
I believe the lies they told the public You can only see them on TV. It's time to wake up, sheeple. You're all being deceived. Beneath our feet, a secret lies, a world unseen under painted skies, where hobbits sleep and rivers flow, a place we dream about.
Yeah, it was like a mile, a little bit over a mile.
Through the cracks, the whispers creep, tales the dwarves have buried deep. I wanna know, I cannot lie, the secrets hiding from my eyes.
Some people like run to warm up. I prefer running to cool down from a strength workout, because that's a better simulator of what it's like to ride a horse. You're hot, you're sweaty, you're tired, and you're still going. I feel like starting at the beginning isn't really a good replica. And then I'm too zapped to like put enough strength into the workout if I run first. So it's better as a cool down, if that's what you want to call it. Also, these shoes feel crazy to run in. I feel so heavy-footed, but it's probably healthier for my feet. I have to get used to it.
Nobody knows.
I switched to these shoes because I'm trying to loosen up my foot and ankle muscles and strengthen them too for horse riding. That affects your ankle mobility in the saddle. Are they comfortable? Yeah, they're pretty comfortable. They just feel different to running. They're kind of a bitch to put on. The toes don't want to go in the right slot, but aren't they sexy though? They're just so sexy. Yum. Look at all that dirt in my gym. These used to be white on the bottom. But look how much flexibility in them. You got that toe flexion. They look like Mewtwo feet or something. I don't know. They're weird. But anyways. No, it's not an owl, it's a pigeon. They have better balance. I've only worn them like 2 days. So, no, not yet. But I'm sure if you ask me in a week, yes. I would say, actually, initially, these shoes make you notice how imbalanced you are. But that's probably more effective for a workout in the long run, if you can correct that. Yeah, I'm very sweaty. Say I shouldn't believe, but I can't help it. I've been deceived. Let me ask Katie if she's still awake. I don't know if she's still awake.
Hey, Kate.
Hey, you still awake?
Yeah.
Can you come service the little birdies? They're messy. Thank you. Bye. All right. I think I think our little orange friend needs to go back to the vet because his poop is still very runny. Man, canary pox sucks. I guess the others can all just go for a checkup too if he's going. Might as well. So we did the medicine for 7 days, and I don't think it cured him. My little guy, my little sonny, my little friend, my orange friend. They have a mosquito net on, so it's kind of hard to see them. Doggy spike. And you're just in your bowl. That's what I mean. They're messy. They need service. Why nets? Because my flock of birdies got infected with canary pox, and it's infected by mosquitoes. So that's why we have nets now. I think Sonny needs to go back to the vet. His poop's still runny.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess the others can just go for a checkup too. Might as well if Sonny has to go. Let me see.
I thought maybe it was because there was like water spilled.
I don't think so. I think it's his poop because it's right below his perch only.
Oh.
And that medicine's only 7 days, right? It's supposed to be for 7 days?
7 days and then it was 14.
Oh, well, maybe the poop one is 14. So we can look, I guess, if we still have it.
We do.
Because I think we gave him medicine for like 10 or 11 days total.
Yes.
Or something like that. See what I mean?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Okay, let's take a picture of it before we clean it so we can show the vet.
I almost want to say it looks worse than it did
Right.
before.
Medicine helps, it really works. So, yeah, I'll send this to you.
Okay.
You have it, whoever goes to the vet. Yucky. Sorry, Sonny. You mean you look alert otherwise. Wish your poop was solid.
Yeah, this is for the GI issue.
The 14 days?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then we can keep taking it, I guess.
Okay. Do you want us to go tonight or do you want to go tomorrow?
You probably have to make an appointment. I don't want to do emergency tonight.
Okay.
Because, I mean, he's very alert. I don't know if it's, like, fatal, you know what I mean? Because he's been... Let's say we just keep giving him medicine and then try to book, like, an actual appointment with the avian vet.
Yeah.
Well, the avian vet last time didn't really seem to know what he was talking about. He's like, I don't think it's pox.
He also said the boy laid an egg.
Yeah, so, you know, maybe different vet, too. Honestly, at this point. Unless there's a different avian vet there. I don't know. He didn't seem very knowledgeable. He seemed kind of retarded, to be honest. To be perfectly honest. It's like, there's growths on the feet. They're having abnormal poops. Respiratory issues. Must not be pox. Like, what? What do you mean? Those are all pox symptoms, you fucktard. Anyways. This cage does not like to open. Oh, there we go. Ooh, chill. I mean, he's very agile. He's not lethargic, that's for sure.
No, there's definitely a change there. Still has tummy problems.
He's got the runs. This is Waters. Do you have the medicine ready? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. What? All right, come here, little guy. My precious little boy. Do not escape today, please. He is the most daring one. He will like, whoop. Gotta have his nut. My little friend. Yep. Help, almost. Come on, aren't you used to this by now? We're just gonna play chase.
It's like, I'm used to it, but I still don't want to do it.
I still don't like it. I gotta turn it over.
How are you?
This little guy. Just a little guy. Okay.
Alright, honey. You're doing really good. Good job.
Good job.
Little more. Little more.
Almost.
Open.
You were doing it. Hey.
There you go. Oh, you did get it all.
Okay.
Sweet.
Good boy.
Fast.
Is it 12 hour or 24?
This one is 12.
Okay. Well, oops. I thought they were all 7 days. The others don't have 14, right? Just him? This is what I mean. It's Ronnie. That's not normal. You is right. I hope they get better soon too. I want to put the new birdies with the flock, but I'm also like, do I wait several weeks to lessen the chance, or do I just say, go get immune? I don't know, because it's like I could wait, but I just feel so bad when they're confined in little solitary cages. It seems so boring. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, that's what they were doing at the pet store anyway, but I still feel bad. They don't know anything else, but I feel bad for them because I know better.
No problem.
It is what it is, chat. Sorry. Changing out their food and water and stuff.
Do you have paper towels over here?
Good question.
Might be out. Okay, I will look.
Woof, woof, woof.
Bark, bark, bark.
Seeds, you do more pellets. Hello, little Lumi. Way too much food. Way too much food for this little bird. Cleaned out. Just spray. I have to clean under his cage when we take him to bed. From the legends of water bottle. Bougie birds with the spring bottled water.
I'm not coming for you right now. Don't worry. Don't worry. Thank you.
And then their trays need cleaned out. Food, water. Need some powder in your food first.
I'm not gonna get you out. Don't worry. I'm just putting some powder in your food. Okay.
So fucked up keeping birds in cages. What do you mean? Fucked up. They're literally getting treated because they're sick. That's why they are separated from the aviary. So fucked up that you're nursing them back to health. So fucked up. How could you, Amouranth? You're terrible for being responsible and trying to get them well again. How dare you? Calling Leah. You want to know the sad reality, chat? Most birds like this are kept in these small cages their whole life. Because most of them belong to breeders. That's what's really fucked. Even when they're healthy. At least mine have an aviary when they're well. An aviary is a cage. Yeah, but it's a cage you could fly in, and it's made like a habitat. And it has a flock, so they have social, and they can live their best life in the aviary. You know, they poop everywhere, let them out. Well, that's the point of the aviary. It keeps the poop confined. $3 feet. Bro, my aviary in here is like 9 feet. Nine feet long, 6 feet tall. I can be in it. My aviary is bigger than some New York apartments, okay? So I don't want to hear it. Homeless people will be begging to live in my aviary. Bird prison. I mean, what is the alternative? Release in the wild and let them get eaten by hawks because they're so tiny and they don't know how to survive in the wild? Is that what you'd prefer? Or would you prefer that I leave them at the pet store, confined in cages this small forever? What would you prefer? Anyways, how are these little guys doing? Their poop look normal?
Their poops look.
Oh, thank God. So for them, I'm mostly quarantining them because the aviary is probably contaminated for a while. I haven't seen anyone else have issues yet, though, so that's good. Let me get their seeds for this little guy. But like this type of pox, I think they like typically quarantine for like 6 weeks or something awful. Something that awful like that. But even then, the germs might still linger. And it might just be one of those things that, like, because there are other birds that have had it, they could catch it, like chicken pox or something, you know? Like with humans. Even if the others aren't showing active symptoms, they could still be contagious. Have some pellets, my friends. Did you change the hanging water?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I think his feathers have gotten brighter since we've had him, because when I first got him, he had like brown feathers around his beak. The orange and white one. The reason why I don't put the hanging ones on this one is because it was too retarded to understand the concept. So.
I want this.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize. Do that again. Oh, calm down. Okay. Can you check if the aviary has seeds or like that hanging thing, if it looks clean or full or whatever? It's okay. Calm down. It's not that serious, bro.
Looks like the waters are clean out inside.
Okay.
And then
Well, let's clean out their food rock thing, rock tray. Yeah. And then let's refill the hanging thing too. Might as well. Wash it out and stuff. Try to reduce some of the germs.
trapped forever.
You got it?
There.
Okay.
There, right there.
I'm gonna do a head count. Make sure everyone's still flapping. Don't have any more pox victims, do we? I see Nigel, Alfred, Captain. Where's Jack? Jack. Chris Brown. Big on 1, 2, 3, and 4. Zag, Mango, Raja. Okay, I think that's everyone. Wait, where's Albus? He can blend in. Albus, where are you? Albus. Uh-oh, where's Albus? Fuck. Do I have to come in here? Hope Albus is good. Albus. Did the pox get him? I hope not. I love Albus. Albus. Where is that you? Oh, okay, no, he's good. Albus is there. Woo! Okay. You gave me a fright. I couldn't find you. Okay. Yeah, the bench needs to be cleaned. But that's what I pay people for, you know what I mean? So I tell them to do it. It wouldn't be as bad if we didn't have 4 Birdzillas in here. But, you know. Yeah. Y'all already know how I feel about that one. It's supposed to be an aviary for small birds. Anyways, don't know what happened to that one. I guess if it's still more food. Give them some of the millet seeds too. Seems more like Scamasaurus dress. Beautiful. Dinosaurs. Some tough wrapping. Just keep stretching. There we go.
Do you have the feeder like halfway full?
Sure, you could do halfway full. That's fine. mosquito nets, but it's what we must do now. Alright. Birdies are taken care of. Does Steven have seeds? Oh yeah, you can give him a scoop. He didn't have water?
No.
Not his fountain's not going?
No, well, nothing.
Oh. Unless I unplugged it moving around over there. Sorry your life is boring, birdies. Hopefully soon we can return to the aviary. Illuminati. I have one more request for you. Do you mind heating up the rest of that rice?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Wait. Ugh. Where are my girlies? New color dropped. Oh, girl. I don't know if you can tell how pretty it is, but I feel like the camera doesn't do it justice. It's shiny lilac. I feel like it looks more bluish in the camera than lilac. You need a bigger tag room? For sure we do. I don't have this color though. It's not my fault. I was gonna stop buying saddle pads and they keep releasing new colors. How dare they? It's so pretty though. These sparkles. Look at the sparkles. How dare they? I was also gonna stop buying breeches. But then they released matching with the sparkles. Why? And matching. Why? They know how to get me. They must study my stream just so they can release colors that aren't on my wall. Because I have a lot of colors, okay, but as you can see, all right, I don't have this color with sparkles. I have similar without sparkles, but this is a little more warm of a lilac, and that's my only other lilac, and it's more like cool tone lilac. You know what I mean? It's different. This is like different. It's a warm based one. It's different. Like I have a belt that's sparkly too with lilac. The new shirt that came in though. So cute. So cute. And then I didn't have a shirt to match my pants. And look. I found one. Now I just need a saddle pad to match this color. I don't think they've released that yet for some reason. See? Matches. It's like mint sea foamy. But close enough. Close enough. Yeah, I got nice colors this year. The detriment of my space. My closet space is suffering, but my inner horse girl is excited. It's okay. One day I'll get the ranch and my tack room will be humongous. And I'll have like dedicated walls for clothes. It's fine. It's fine. I just have to deal with it until then. I'm hanging clothes that I washed. I did some laundry today. I'm feeling productive still from my workouts. I thought I would hang up my clean clothes while I have this feeling. I love this color. Such a nice green with the sparkles. I need more hangers. Yeah, let me see what else is gonna go over there with the green breeches. Such a pretty color. You put it at my desk. You help me hang my clothes. It's the horse riding clothes that I washed. They were on the pile of saddle pads on the floor. With these boulders out of sand, what kind of thing rolled them through the land? This is like a mauve-y purple. Okay, it's not lilac. Don't get it mixed. Yeah, that one. Where's the hang? You can put this one on the rack out there. I gotta reorganize these a little bit. They're all kind of random now and it's bothering me. I had color coordinated groups. Now I don't. Get the white out. The blue. Oh, there's some hairs here. Whoa. This is a long sleeve. Okay, we got a green hanger. Okay. So we've got to hang the greens with it. But the trick is, are there enough green short sleeves? Would you say this is more blue or green? I say this is more green actually. This feels more green than blue. This is a long sleeve too. This needs to go like here-ish. Okay. Do I have any other green? Yes, I do. This green here. This is a green here too. Let's see, do I have any other greens? Yes, there's a green here. If you want, you can come organize these too. I'm just putting the colors on their group hangers. They're all kind of mixed up right now. Like the see, like there's green on here. So if there's like pink shirts, I think there's like a print pink shirt in there. That's pink too, yeah. You have to push it out, yeah. And then there's a pink one here too. There's some empty spots on there. There's a blue hanger here. So let's see. This is blue. Yeah, this is like gray. Oh, can you help me get this one off? They're struggling. I think there was
I'm holding one.
a blue.
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, yes. Excellent. Here's let me. Pink. Oh, let me turn this the other way. I wish I had more room. There is a wall here, though. Raiders. Thank you, Raiders. Okay. Was the pink full?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, well, this... I guess I could put the reds on here. Here, hold that for a sec. Oh, they're heavy. They're heavy than they look. They don't seem like they'd be that heavy. But... Okay. Put the paint on. Yeah. Let me relieve you a little bit. I don't need the black, blue on here. It's like yes. Thank you. Do.
Purple on this one?
Yeah, it's like reddish, maroon. This light. Here's a purple. You put it with that purple. I think I should put the prints together. Maybe they'll be on their own, like just hanging, not on a group. That makes more sense. Let's see. Any other shorts? One of my show shirts. Okay. Oh, this is a short sleeve. Kind of dark blue section. The rest are long sleeves. Oh, this is. Why there's so much blue? Well, I have a good thing I ordered blue helmets. I got so much blue. Oh my gosh. Let me put some of this bluish gray bullshit on the other stuff. Short sleeve. Get in there. This one's full too. Get there. Okay. That one is full also. Okay. Yep, that's all the short sleeves. Let me see. Do we have any? I guess this is like a neutral, sort of, with random purple. Neutral. Let's see. I can take these off because they're kind of just not enough to be considered a group. Are those all navy? I'll make this a navy. Okay.
And black. There's no black one.
Okay. It's gonna be like a dark blue thing, I guess, instead. Gray. It's my black. I have a black hanger, but it's full, so I guess I'll just put this one next to it. Okay. Let's put there's 4 left. This over here. And this. The purple. Okay. Thank you. Why do I have so much stuff, Chad? Why did I do this to myself? It never ends. The organizing. It's okay. I love it. It's fun. Oh, extra hanger. Let's put it on the end. Put my show blazers. I'm gonna hang that near the lilac one over there. Oh, this too. Okay. All right. That's better. Explain this to my family. This needs to go in my stuff to take to the barn. You just put it in that gray thing, yeah. Okay. What is my hat band? Oh, there it is. Ooh, okay. I was like, I lost my hat band. All right. I guess that's it for now. I guess if the other breeches are done drying, you can bring them too.
Okay.
Yeah, and then that'll be all of the cleanings, I think. Huzzah! Organized. All right. Is that water?
I think so.
As long as it's not sunny, runny poop.
I don't think it is.
Okay. One thing I can think of is the breeches. I think everything else is done for today. Our doggies outside.
Yes.
Okay, good. Alright. What if my food's still warm? Let's test it, chat. The bowl's warm. It is warm. We're good. Thank you. Ugh. My pants are see-through. I'm disappearing. Get your own clothing store. I should have one. This is true. Go away, fly. Shoot, fly. How to get to the beach so fast? Magic. Dun, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Daisy, fuck you, fly. It's my food. Daisy Dukes bikinis on time. Sun kiss me, baby, baby, puppy girl. I know a place where the grass is really greener. I don't remember the rest of the song. Oh. Warm, wet, and wild. There must be something in the water. I think. I could be, I don't know. Something. That might have been wrong. Sipping gin and juice, laying underneath the palm tree. Bugs breaking legs, trying to get a little sleepy eyes. You can travel the world, but nothing comes close to the golden coast. Something like that. That's Katy Perry. Katy Perry. You like my cup? It's my dog. Look at my dog with the Rapunzel tiara. Is she a princess? You wouldn't think that having your dog on your cup makes you drink more water, but it totally does. I don't know why. Barely. Dust. How do I get hair in here? Princess cup. Oh, that makes sense. Anyways. Be gone, fly. He wants my food, but he can't have it. It's mine. Shoot. Scram. Delicious. The man be yapping, must be streaming. He's so quiet when he's not streaming usually. I know a place. Something, 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 something. Something, something, something. No, something, 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 something. Oh man, poor Matt. His new hunting horse needs surgery. I know how it feels, man. That sucks. Alright, I get you. That sucks. This is an ultra extinction level event. CIA Okay, I mean, it's 9 months ago, so we're still here. It must not be that extreme. Oh! I was not ready for that. How I steal your passwords. Man, there is just nothing interesting right now on my feed. Secret rivalry of fallen angels, why they're terrified of you. I don't think it's a secret. The Bible doth say that Eve's seed would bash the seed of the serpent. It's not really a secret. It's kind of in the first book. It's like the first story, bro. Anyways. Oh. Why was George Washington terrified of the Illuminati? What the fuck is this? Tell me. I don't know.
So Weishaupt thought he was going to build this brand new secret society and take over the world. Instead, he loses his university job and is forced into exile. The Illuminati is done by 1787 when the Duke issues a final edict that made membership not only illegal but punishable by death. Raises the question, why was this guy so concerned about it? Right, if you're willing to punish people by death, maybe they are doing something that you're worried about.
Maybe he felt them trying to infiltrate his government.
That's possible. We got to figure that out. But here's where things get interesting. Instead of slipping into obscurity, Illuminati became the ultimate political boogeyman. So by 1797, this Jesuit priest named Augustin Birrell published a book claiming that the Illuminati orchestrated the French Revolution. The idea catches fire, spreading across Europe, even to the United States. Suddenly, the Illuminati were behind every major world event.
Oh,
George
no.
Washington himself wrote a letter addressing the Illuminati threat. I mean, that is fascinating. Can we...
Illuminati.
Get a fact check on that? That is hilarious if that's true. He seemed pretty chill about the whole thing. You know, he says, quote, "It was not my intention to doubt that the doctrines of the Illuminati and the principles of Jacobism had not spread to the United States. On the contrary, no one is more fully satisfied of this fact than I am." However, he clarified that he did not believe Masonic lodges in America were involved in propagating these ideas as societies, though individual members may have been influenced. Washington emphasized his belief that the Illuminati's goal to undermine government and religion were dangerous and incompatible with American values.
It is a real letter.
Wow. So George Washington knew about the Illuminati.
Which means he wasn't part of it.
Or it's the perfect cover-up.
Oh.
See? The theories never end.
George Washington,
Oh.
you sly dog.
Yeah, right?
True.
I thought he couldn't tell a lie. Wasn't that his whole thing?
That's
No,
honest
that
Abe.
was Lincoln.
No, he did. What's the whole cherry tree thing? He chopped down a cherry tree?
Oh.
And why? He, like, something about, like, him being, like, such a good boy. I don't even remember the story. He, like, chopped down a cherry tree because of,
Oh, you're right.
yeah, it's, like, this legend that, when he was 6
Oh,
years
I
old,
guess
he
they
received
both
a hatchet
can't
as a
tell a
gift
lie.
from his, you know, and damaged his father's cherry tree. When the father discovered what George had done, he
Which
became
is
so
a
angry.
lie in itself.
And young George bravely said, "I cannot tell a lie. I did cut it with my hatchet." Washington's father embraced him and declared that his son's honesty was worth more than 1,000 trees. That's a good dad. Shout out to Papa Washington. Now, Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, he was accused of being a member of the Illuminati. Isn't that wild?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he wasn't, but he was trying to, you know, but...
Who? Jefferson?
Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, he was
I could see that. He probably got initiated when he was off getting high with the French.
accused of being a member of the Illuminati.
That makes sense.
Isn't that wild?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he wasn't, but he was trying to, you know, but, you know, conspiracy theorists are obviously going to believe that he was. Maybe he was. I have no idea. I mean, at this point, all these guys are suspect to me. Federalist politicians and preachers, particularly in New England, accused Jefferson and his Democrat-Republican Party of being a part of the Illuminati conspiracy. These accusations were largely based on Jefferson's positive attitude towards post-revolution France and his religious views, which some considered close to atheism. That makes a lot of sense.
See?
So if this priest puts out a book that says, oh, the Illuminati was involved with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden, if you're pro-post-revolution France, it's like, well, maybe you're... And if he's also already a Freemason,
Right.
then it's like, all right, well, maybe there's something there. And the theory was used as a political tool to discredit Jefferson during the election campaign. Jefferson himself dismissed the conspiracy theories in a letter to James Madison, calling them the ravings of the Bedlamite. Fast forward to the 20th century, the Illuminati myth took on a life of its own. By the 1960s, the Illuminati was revived and popularized through a prank. Robert Anton Wilson, a writer and editor at Playboy magazine, along with Carrie Thornley, the co-founder of Discordianism, initiated Operation Mindfuck. They began sending fake letters to Playboy claiming the Illuminati were behind various world events. This disinformation campaign gained momentum when Wilson, together with Robert Shea, wrote the Illuminatus trilogy. The novel incorporated numerous conspiracy theories, blending fact and fiction to create a compelling narrative about the Illuminati's supposed influence. See, this is where I'm like, look, is it possible that there's a group of people or many groups of people that are fighting for global power? You know, involving like many wealthy, influential people that are bankrolling it? Possibly. And by blaming everything on the Illuminati, it seems like a perfect cover if that's what you're doing.
For all the other
That's what I'm saying.
organizations.
Like, let's say us, all right? Me, you, Gabe. Let's say we happen to be the most powerful media organization in the entire world, hypothetically.
Right.
And we were controlling all the world events, getting people elected, performing coups in other countries.
Right.
Who would you want to blame?
Julian Dory, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You'd say it's Julian Dory's
Yeah.
Illuminati podcast
Right.
over there in New Jersey that's running the whole thing.
Yeah.
And trying to get the heat off us immediately. And he's over there being like, what are you guys talking about? I'm not even involved.
Yeah.
Too late. We're already spreading misinformation. That's how it works. So that's why I'm like, all the Illuminati stuff just feels like a red herring. It's like, yeah, what are we even talking about? So these guys put out this misinformation campaign, and this fuels the modern Illuminati conspiracy theory involving elaborate theories with celebrities and world domination. I mean, have you ever seen the Illuminati card game?
No.
Can you pull this up? This is actually a fascinating little thing. So this Illuminati card game came out in like the 70s or the 80s, and some of the cards are very, very strange. So like look up like predictions. It's I actually want to buy this. This would be a great thing to buy, to be honest with you. Search Illuminati card game predictions.
I know it was a thing.
And apparently some of the cards, some of them are fake, so like they get, you know, like blown out of proportion. But some of them are like very strange. So like the epidemic. So like so there's a way to play the game, I guess. Or like the Pentagon, click on that one. Like infamously, you know, the Pentagon.
But this seems like satire.
It might be, but also there's all these weird predictions that go along with it where it's like,
But the charismatic, go back to the charismatic leader card, if you can, Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought it looked like Trump for a second.
Zoom in a little bit. So I think people are like, yeah, look at his golden hair.
Yeah.
So again, but this came out in the 90s. This card maybe
He was banging back in the 90s.
That's fair. Hold on.
Yeah.
Zoom in on what the text says a little bit.
Literally and figuratively.
The card may be played at any time and counts as an action for the group it affects. The power for one fanatic, the group is increased to 6. No player may have more than one card. Yada, yada, yada.
6.
Oh.
January 6th.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah, there's all
speaker
sorts of
turned off.
interesting stuff with this. There's also just a bunch of great Trump conspiracies that, like, people don't talk about.
We got to do a whole episode about that.
Yeah, like Lord Barron. Have you heard of this? And, like, that whole book. Or, like, Warner von Braun's, you know, Race for Mars.
Yep.
And, like, the Elon is the guy that takes everyone to Mars.
Yep.
And that these books, like, the Barron one is interesting because it's, like, this guy Barron whose dad's name is Trump or something like that.
Yeah.
It's, like, insane.
Yeah.
And it was written in, like, 1912. I mean, what are the odds? Regardless, many people still believe that, you know, many celebrities and elites participate in dark rituals that involve blood sacrifices, and these sacrifices are said to be necessary for gaining or maintaining fame and power. Some claim that these rituals involve animals, while others suggest they only involve humans. The idea is that by offering something of value, these individuals can secure their place in the spotlight. Again, my whole thing with, like, these rituals, I'm like, it's possible that these rituals happen,
Right.
I think they exist for blackmail. I'm on the Nick
Right.
Bryant side, where it's like, hey, like, have sex with a dog or something crazy thing,
Yeah.
and like have blood ever, and it's like, yeah, we're gonna compromise you. That way, if you ever try to step out of line and like pass legislation we don't want, we got you forever. Bang. That's what I'm assuming it is. I just assume it's all power shit. So I don't doubt that it's possible it could happen, but I don't think that it's to like get power from Satan. But maybe
And
it
at
is.
the
I don't know.
top, there's one horny guy or kinky guy that does enjoy it. Or
Right.
does enjoy watching it.
So then you give power to the, most depraved people.
Right.
And then that's how you get them locked in. You're not going to give power to some guy that's incorruptible, that's going to do the right thing and not consider, the interests of the corporations. Right. So people like Jay-Z, Beyonce, a bunch of other people have been accused of flashing these symbols.
Allegedly.
And for the record, there are a lot of, funny, hand flashing symbols that go along. And so some people talk about the Illuminati humiliation rituals
Yeah.
all the time, where it's like, oh, this person's got to be,
Chat says, I've always wondered how people become big on OF Twitch and Twitch. Has to be demon worship, right? No, that's just preying on Coomers, honestly. Yeah. That's just, like, I'm like a hawk. And they're like fish. And they swoop down. And I'm like, I'm a fish today. Right out of the water. Right out of the thirst pool.
like in a dress,
That's
or they
all.
got to get slapped, like Chris Rock and Will Smith.
John
yada,
Cena
yada.
naked.
John Cena naked. These are all humiliation rituals done by the Illuminati that basically get them into the group.
Right.
I mean, maybe I'm down. Whatever I got to do. I mean, look, these groups are evil and despicable unless they benefit me, in which case I'm completely on board and I'll do whatever they want. Mind control is another major element of these of this whole thing. Some people point to like Britney Spears' public breakdown, for example, and they cite that that's a a mind control program that goes rogue. And people look at music videos where you have Egyptian symbols and pyramids and all-seeing eyes. Katy Perry's Dark Horse video, for example, has been accused of maintaining or containing a bunch of Illuminati imagery. Some believing that it's a nod to secret occult themes. I will say, there is a lot of media with occult themes. My mom is big on this. I remember being like 10 years old looking at like Lady Gaga videos, and she was like, look, this is symbolic of like Jesus, and that they're trying to like subvert like the Eucharist and the Catholic Mass, da-da-da-da.
Or you look at some of the stuff with like Lil Nas X. It looks
But
very...
I assume he's leaning into
That
it,
one's
for sure.
not
That,
very
like, he's like
subtle.
an internet dude that's like, oh, this is for
Absolutely.
Fox. Or like Google like Michael Jackson Illuminati album cover. This is like a famous one that my mom would point out and be like, look at how weird all this stuff is. But yeah, there's like, have you seen this album cover before?
Yes.
So like, there's all sorts of like weird symbolism in this that people have dissected for years. Maybe we do an episode on that. And zoom out really quick. There's other stuff in here. Like, click on that one in the middle. What do you see? What ground is he standing on? Right?
Checkerboard.
Checkerboard. And then there's just a ton of stuff. The monarch mind control, like the butterflies
But
everywhere.
meantime, he had nothing to do with the design of that himself.
So that leads the question: who does?
The people that killed him.
Exactly. Lee Harvey Oswald. No, it's like, well, like in that case, it's like, okay, these are deliberate, symbols that are being used. Why are they being used? Like you see the all-seeing eye down in the bottom right.
Triangle.
You see the triangle. You see the pillars of Boaz. It's like all this Freemason stuff, and the question is like, why?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Record label. Who was the record label or whatever of that? What album was that? What did it say? It doesn't say. It just says Michael Jackson. Okay. I'm just wondering if there's the ones that they're talking about, if there's any similarities, any common denominators. Dangerous album review. Oh, it's just called Dangerous. Okay. Okay. Who was is it called record label? Like who like puts out the stuff? Do they make the decisions? I don't know. Epic Records. Epic. And Sony. Okay. What about um, which one do you think is the most sussy as far as album covers go? Maybe Fame Monster? Okay, this is a different one. Interscope Records. Okay. So no correlation there. What about the Katy Perry Dark Horse one? What was the album called? Prism. Capitol Records. Okay. So they're all different. All right.
Just like you see the all-seeing eye down in the bottom right.
Triangle.
You see the triangle. You see the pillars of Boaz. It's like all this Freemason stuff. And the question is like, why?
Yeah.
And it's a good question.
That's
Why?
a good question.
Because like at this time, I don't know if it was done to be provocative.
Prison.
Like,
You don't think some artists are taking shrooms and they're like, oh, let's do this on this CD cover?
it's possible. I mean, I bought this whole book, this giant coffee table book that was super expensive just because I loved the artwork.
Yep. Never used it once.
I was like, how sick is this?
I just move it around to the studio.
And it's so heavy. But like, I don't even know what this stuff is. I just think it looks cool.
Yeah, it does look cool.
But maybe they think it looks cool. Or maybe they're dog whistling to people being like, yo, I'm down with the squad. You know what time it is?
Possibly.
I don't know. There's a long
It's morphin'
tradition
time.
of looking into these kinds of things. And then people obviously talk about,
It's naughty
you know,
time.
celebrity deaths and replacing them with clones. Avril Lavigne was a super famous one. People say that like Eminem, Jamie Foxx, you know, people like that, they get killed and their clones replace them.
Yep.
That to me is like the hardest one to believe. 'Cause I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know. Have you seen the different way these people look?
People
Eminem.
look different and like they go offline, and also when you have unlimited money, and
They
also,
get older,
I don't know.
get on drugs.
Maybe I'm just sounding like maybe I'm a Illuminati apologist,
Yeah.
but I'm just like I just need a little bit something more tangible.
Give me some evidence.
I don't know. Like I've been around some famous people,
Okay.
and I assume like, oh, at a certain point, I'm gonna get to a level of success where I'm gonna get invited to the party.
Right.
I'm gonna see the thing. I'm gonna find the. Just hasn't happened. Part of
Are
my
you
whole.
sure?
Maybe I'm just missing it. My whole reason.
Maybe you don't remember.
How about this? How about
Already.
become the party's I'd like to.
But you hit a certain
Anything else
level.
here?
Well,
Anyway, so there's all this stuff. All right, there's all this conspiracy that surrounds it, which all of it I find very fun. I enjoy diving into it. Don't get me wrong. I don't put all the stake into it that some other people do. And it is very funny and kind of ironic that it goes very much against Weishaupt's original idea of what the Illuminati was supposed to be,
right.
which I find hilarious. And maybe one of the funniest things about the Illuminati is that it has become kind of a blank slate. Now it's kind of a meme. It's become like a joke. But like it was like a blank slate for a long time for like fears and anxieties. And it started with one guy that blamed the French Revolution on them. And maybe they were a part of it. I don't know. I need to look into what that guy's book says. I'm not going to write him off as a crazy guy. We got to look into it. Who knows? Maybe they are pushing for a new world order. I'm not opposed to any of this. Maybe it's called the Great Reset. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's, what's that guy's name? Klaus Schwab. Have you heard of this guy?
Charles Schwab?
No, look up this guy, Klaus. Klaus.
Like Santa?
He's the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum. And people have accused him of being the new head of the Illuminati, whatever that is.
Okay. He looks like the head of the
Oh,
Illuminati.
yeah. If you were to cast an evil...
You're hot, but your OF content could be much better. Okay, how about you come over and let my husband fuck you in the ass, and we'll see if that's better content.
guy,
Yeah.
you'd be like, yeah, this guy for sure.
And Alan Alda could play him in the movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting, but people have pointed out that like the Great Reset and these kinds of ideas, like you'll own nothing and you'll love it.
Right.
We're gonna eat bugs. And people have attached themselves. My mom specifically, she's like, they're going to make us eat bugs. I'm not fucking doing it. I don't eat bugs, and I refuse. So let the record show. For now, I'm still on the good side. Don't let them trick you into eating bugs, okay? Owning nothing, you'll love it. I mean, so far, I like Spotify. I don't own music anymore, and I freaking love it, to be honest. But shout out to the Illuminati. They've done a pretty good job so far.
You don't know anything in this world. Because everything can be repossessed by the bank. Even the land, even the house you buy can be repossessed. You don't even own your land if you stop paying the mortgage on it. You're just renting it from people, really. It's still renting without the title of renting at the end of the day. But anyways. Oh, man. Ex-Freemason. Possessed politicians. Demonic rituals for power. Secret societies and the occult. Man, now I got the Illuminati feed. 11 hours ago. I mean, it's fresh. Possessed politician sounds like Sleepy Joe.
Sean, thanks for doing this. It dawned on me the other day, years after it dawned on you, that there are no secular leaders of anything, and that people pose as, science-based and non-religious, but everyone who has power in the world is religious, I have noticed. They just have different religions. And you've been on this for a very long time. So let's just start as big as we can. What's the purpose of communing with the supernatural for leaders? Why do leaders do it?
I think there was maybe this is a quote or someone said this to me. There are non-powerful people who are Freemasons,
yes,
but there are no powerful people who are not Freemasons.
Freemasons?
Freemasons. If you think about the nature of an initiatory group that's been around in its current form for a few hundred years, since the 1700s, right, in the UK, and likewise in France.
Man, you got to do so much as part of the Freemasons that I feel like we should just take the word free out of it. Maybe change it to like bitched Masons or something, or I don't know. Just I feel like we need a more descriptive word.
But it's they say its origin, or they believe that its origin precedes it to the Knights Templar, right? Who were a very powerful order, as we know. From my understanding of the Templars, it's not the idea of like 9 knights showing up in the Middle East during the Crusades, right, to guard the roads, right? It was really more about excavating under the Temple of Solomon.
Yes.
That was, what they were interested, were the ancient texts.
You want to get to the Well of Souls.
The Well of Souls, the ancient texts, the things that were, written into like grimoires and hidden, incantations, things that you could basically call upon the spiritual realm, because that's the lore of King Solomon. King Solomon, as we remember from the Bible, he had wisdom, and he was a powerful
The grimoires.
ruler.
Isn't that what the Book and Wicked was called? Or is that something else? I forgot. She was like chanting and shit. Whatever this thing was. Is that what it was
I started to
called?
have conversations with John about where the magic comes from. We sort of decided that Elphaba had this sort of dominion over gravity.
Ambulandare, patu, paput.
I found it hard to believe that it was the broom that had the magic and the book that had the magic and not Elphaba. There's loads of different ways that we try to enhance the way she uses magic. The flight that she
Grimoire,
had
I think.
wasn't just
That's
the
what it
broom.
was.
Elphaba herself has flight.
The Grimoire.
Because she can let go of gravity or hold on to it. We wanted her to feel, quite frankly, badass. She's actually...
It does have something to do with Solomon. The Grimoire, known on Earth as the Lesser Key of Solomon, is a magical spell book of magnificent power which Elphaba finds in the attic. Oh, okay. So I guess it is the Solomon bullshit. No, okay. Yeah, okay. Carry on.
What was that in Israel? But
Carry on.
Richest man in the world.
Yeah, well, he had the gold, but why did he have the power? Was because he could call upon what they call genies, and he could command them with his ring, the ring of Solomon, the ring of power, and that's what so the real lore of like masonry, right, was that he had this builder Hiram Abiff who could, who architected the temple, the Temple of Solomon, but they had jinn that they called upon to actually do the work and to build it. Now that's all metaphor.
And what are jinn?
Genies, what we would call genies in Aladdin's lamp. They are the beings. And so I went to Iran. The first time was curiosity, but I went to go meet with some of these guys that communicate to them, to the other side. And I would talk to them about, what's going on in the world. And they would say, yeah, I mean, the jinn in Islamic lore is very similar to like angels and demons or the watchers in the book of Enoch, right?
Yes.
Who are not, they're both dark and light. Some serve God, some serve the dark side. And,
dark side.
And so the idea of like the power of Solomon was to be able to have a relationship and mastery. And some people say that he actually got overwhelmed by the power, and that's why he fell, right? He ended up with the love affair that sort of sank his rulership, because it's a very dangerous gambit once you start communing with that side. But I believe all the initiatory paths, Freemasonry is just one of them, the most famous one, lead you to that realm, to that understanding that there's spiritual forces invisible to us that are working through people in this world. And just because someone is a so-called Christian doesn't mean they're serving God. And just because someone is a Muslim doesn't mean they're serving the devil. That it's the same across the entire planet. That there are forces of dark and light working through every religion, every people, even through our own lifetime, our own souls. At any point, when you grow up in Hollywood or whatnot, you realize like it does seem that people can sell their souls and maybe not even be aware of it. Because to me, it's not Satanism is like, can be incantations, it can be blood sacrifices and rituals. It can also just be worship of the material realm.
Yes.
Right? So when you get into that realm of like, oh, I want power, I want worldly power, I think that's the satanic path. They don't think of it as such.
What if I want shoes? Shoes. Oh my God, shoes. Let's get some shoes.
But materialism at its heart is worship of the earth. And that's why people talk about the earth as like, it's kind of Lucifer's domain, right? Because if you start worshiping money and, and yourself, your own ego, well, you've lost sight of the transcendent power of God.
There's no question about that. There's no question. And I think all of us experienced that in our own lives. But just to back to what you initially said about the Masons. Mm-hmm. So we're about 100 feet from a Masonic Lodge. They're all over rural America. Yeah. They're kind of a vestige of the past. This is how I think of them. A bunch of elderly guys with ceremonial swords.
Yeah.
Tell stories.
I have one.
You have one. I have one right over there from that lodge. You don't think of them as a threat or even a meaningful player in current events. But then I should say I don't know much about it.
Yeah.
I don't. So really at all. You joined the Masons. Why did you do that, and what was it like?
So it was a journey of initiation. I think that I was going through at that time, right out of college, because in my college years, I started getting deep into studying history, and even in the Procopius was writing the history of Justinian, right, the Roman emperor, Byzantine emperor, and he described him as a shape-shifting demon, basically, in that book, in The Secret History, and that was buried for a long time. And again, there's all types of histories. King James was James's Bible, but he also wrote a demonology book, right? I mean, this was the way that the world was perceived and understood for centuries, as we know.
As a battleground between dark and light?
Yeah, I mean, as forces that were unseen. I mean, Socrates talked about his daemon, like but you called genius. But, they say like in the old world, there's a theory that when Homer's writing about, the Iliad and about, all these different gods having a play in human life, a lot of people believe that we were in communication more readily with beings, right, unseen beings, and it may have been a real factor in our consciousness back then. And then we, obviously we get to this place of the Enlightenment when all of that becomes relegated, and we say, oh, that's all hocus pocus and not real. We can only focus on the physical realm, but you can't understand how life begins through the physical realm alone. You can't understand how the universe is formed.
No.
Right? I mean, how does a Big Bang start? It just happens. Okay.
Spontaneous bang.
Time travel. I mean, how does it happen? How does it actually begin? Exactly from what? And how does life begin? So I think a lot of the materialists actually, you could say like, people say Darwin and whatnot, are essentially serving the dark side because they're saying there's nothing outside the material realm. This is all that exists, and everything, well, Actually, all we're interfacing with is our own minds,
Yes.
our own perceptions. And so when they want us to believe, a very simplified version of reality, spontaneous evolution, random changes, right? Take away anything spiritual. I think that serves the dark side in a sense, because it elevates our own egos. It makes us, we're the progenitors of this, and we are the greatest thing in the universe. And we can get into that later, but that then serves a transhuman agenda that, it's all about perfecting ourselves through the physical plane of genetics, right? Genetic tampering and whatnot. And you try to basically take the spiritual origin impulse of God creating this universe out of the story, right? That's what the Enlightenment did in many ways. But you can't take it out because we instinctively, as souls that we are in human form, we have this curiosity and this desire to know, okay, where did I come from? Like, it can't, my soul didn't just spontaneously appear. How do I have consciousness? Where does consciousness originate from? Just from our brains? Well, I think we're understanding that our brains are more receivers, almost like, computers that can receive the internet that's around us, right? That's the way that we function more in that way. And that's why people have near-death experiences, or they have out-of-body experiences, and this is, the CIA does this kind of stuff, astral projection, and they can see things outside of their physical body that you can't say, well, your brain knew it. You have all kinds of cases and stories of this, people, who are literally on a hospital bed and they can perceive things in the next room. So consciousness transcends our brain, right? And that indicates, again, a spiritual reality that a lot of mainstream science wants us to ignore. But I was like looking at history and saying, no, we've always had this impulse to see a spiritual reality, or what Plato calls like the ideational realm, the world of ideals, before we get to the material realm. So let's not try to ignore that.
So it's rare these days, a company that actually makes things here in the US, not just designed here or assembled here, actually manufactured here, start to finish in the United States.
So I would, study these things, and I ended up going into, well, I met this guy who was himself a Mason, and he was a Jersey kid who was like my age, and we started, he had been exploring these haunted places. New Jersey is notorious for being haunted. They have a whole magazine called Haunted NJ, right? And not just Jersey, but let's say the East Coast.
But especially New Jersey.
Especially New Jersey. They got some history there. I don't know what it is. And so he was exploring these places like Greystone, which was a massive mental hospital. Woody Guthrie was there, for example. And you saw it in the recent Bob Dylan movie. He goes and visits Guthrie at the Greystone Mental Hospital. This place was for 100 years, it was one of the biggest mental hospitals in the country. It was the biggest foundation when they built it, until they built the Pentagon after. So it was a massive, we went to this place at night, and even though it was shut down, it was still, the lights were still on, and it's about 5 or 6 stories tall, and underground there's tunnels and passages that go on for miles around. So we would go explore this place at night, and let's just say that high strangeness ensued because we started.
It's an abandoned mental hospital in New Jersey.
Yeah, it's an abandoned mental hospital in Jersey, and so from the first time that we went there, and then went back, and each time it would just, different things would reveal themselves to me in a way that I made a film about it, Greystone Park, to kind of symbolize the way that fear operates to me. I believe that our frequency attracts forces. And so when you go into a place like that, where thousands of people have died, they had like a mass grave, basically, thousands of people that had died there over the course of 100 years. And there'd been a lot of abuse. And I think also people go into this place, or they would go into that place, who are themselves, we call mentally ill, but a lot of them I think were demon possessed.
Yes.
And so imagine it's now becoming a place of very dark energy. And
hard to imagine anything darker than that.
Right. Yeah. And so what we saw was like indications, paraphernalia, books, things like this left behind of like satanic rituals, that people would go there and perform rituals to draw upon that energy. And
why would someone do that?
Well, so this gets into the nature of this realm, right? If we, again, like we understand, like material realm is what we see and what we interact with, what we think we're interacting with. But as we know, at heart, it's all energy. Like this table is moving particles, right? Our being we're moving particles, moving atoms. We're energetic bodies that, appear to be fixed, but actually, as we know, we're changing every second, every day. Our, where cells are dying and being reborn, our energy body is moving. And so the spiritual traditions have always understood that, because they didn't call it necessarily energy, but prana and life force, breath, ruach, right? Like that's the origin of creation, is something in spirit is moving through us into this container, this vessel that, that appears fixed. But again, as we know, it's changing. That's why we don't look the same every day, even if it's just slight differences. And as you know, like you can see in people's, you can kind of see it sometimes, right? Like you can see when someone's energetically drained. You can see when someone's energy is high and they're vibrant
instantly.
So this is the energetic nature of reality. So if we are talking about a world that also is energetic and alive, and then you have geometry, let's say certain structures trap energy more than others, right? I mean, if you're outdoors and we can just experience it, right? You're out in nature, you're in a forest, the trees are going to have certain energy. It's gonna move, maybe like in the course they are living beings, right? So they'll live their life and die. And that's why some forests are called haunted forests or darker, they're darker places. And sometimes you'll have you'll have places where there'll be gatherings of people to practice, since the pagan times, let's say, right? To practice different rituals. And sometimes you'll feel the energy of that. Like, oh, this is a place where, there's a gathering that takes place and a certain energy gets created there. Same way as like a building. I mean, that's what a haunted house is, right? Like if you're in a house and it's, someone gets murdered, it's going to have a heavier energy, right? Because it hasn't, unless you come and bless it and really, I don't know, do the right energy, do the work to move the energy through, to let it pass, right? To let the souls go. And I had that experience at one of the haunted places I went to. It was like a place that was notorious. It was next to a mental hospital where kids were housed. And this was upstate New York. This was different from Greystone. And in that house next to the mental hospital for kids, the legend has it that a priest that was molesting these kids at that property and actually killing some of the kids and doing black magic. And in that house, I saw people get possessed, and we heard the sounds of hell, like coming from. I mean, it's hard to imagine that this is what we experienced. We'd be upstairs, and all of a sudden we'd hear howling of dogs and laughter, like demonic laughter and things like this, echoing through the house. And so we went back multiple times, and we blessed the house. And the final time, really felt a purging of energy, and the house burned down on its own within about a month or two. That's the kind of thing we talk about, like the energy that gets trapped in places until you come with higher frequency of blessing a place and clearing the energy. So again, we're talking of a battle of dark and light, those forces that draw upon dark energy because they can then invoke spirit, let's say darker spirits, that hooks into that. If everything is, let's say, like frequency, fear, things that are horrific. Horror films play into the psychology, right? It's like Freddy Krueger, right? He preys upon, he's a dream demon, right? He infects people.
I went to the Vatican, and a lot of this, I did a tour, right? And a lot of the statues of the guys, they had their dick cut off. And I was asking the tour guide about it, and she said, "Oh yeah, one of the popes did that. He just didn't like all the nudity. Like, so they chop it off instead of like covering it, or paint like with like another sculpture piece or cloth or anything." And I just can't help but think like that must have been some like ritual shit where they cut the dicks off of people. I don't know. Like that must have been like a power move. I don't know. That's your solution? Is to go to the sculptures and like chop the dick off the sculpture instead of just like covering it simply with like a cloth? Interesting choice. Taking the harder route for no reason.
Fear. And we think about how like demons are what? They're scary, right? They're monstrous. They're shadows. They're things that that create fear in us. And then it seems to be like a frequency match, almost.
Do you think that's one of the reasons that Jesus so often tells his disciples not to be afraid?
Yes, that's exactly right. So remember when Jesus casts out the demons, he sends them into the swine.
Yes.
Right? He's like, yeah, get them out, get out of the human vessel, and they go and kill themselves, because a lot of the demonic, again, there's different frequency of demonic energy. There's madness. A lot of psychosis we have experiencing in this country, I think, connects to it. A lot of it ties into alcohol and drugs. That's, lowering people's frequency. It's one thing to have, a glass or two, but as we know, a lot of alcohol, what does it do? It takes us out of our right mind. In my experience of seeing people get possessed, it's pretty much like seeing someone's, when someone's out of blackout drunk, and we've all seen it. Someone's coked up or out of their mind with alcohol, and they behave erratically, irrationally. They get aggressive, they get mean, or they start laughing hysterically. And the next day, they may not remember anything. It's exactly what possession is. Because when you see someone get possessed, they just it's like a flip of a switch, and they go.
Chatter said they'd have to keep changing loincloths. They don't survive the weather. These were inside. These statues had no weather.
From someone you can see, look in the eyes and see what they are, to just checked out. I've seen
Like,
people screaming. I've seen people laughing maniacally. I've seen just, just check out, like just staring blankly. But you know it. You know that this person's not in their right mind.
Yes.
And the key is to try to bring the light back, breathe, bring good energy back, raise the frequency so they can come back to themselves. So what I would say this battle is between the darkness that again feeds on that fear, that lower vibrational, psyche of like not being in our right mind, not being in our higher selves, right? Not being connected to our spirit, our higher, to God, basically, right? To spirit that is always available. But the dark side wants to lower that frequency to a place that would be closer to hell, right? But it's always been described as hell, a place of torture, of suffering,
Yes.
pain.
Place of the dead.
Yeah. Well, even worse than death, right? Death is one thing. Go below that, and it's like that's the level of self-destruction, like you said with the pigs, self-destructiveness. So this is the battle, and again, if the dark side has waged war on mankind, let's say, right? If we believe, and this is not just Christian tradition. I mean, this is like
It's a lot of story there is.
Yeah, it's a lot of stories around the world have talked about this. That there's something that's waging war on mankind. They want possession of the soul. They want us to check out, to surrender, right? To check out, say, hand over control of the vehicle. And that seems to be the real battle, right? Are we autonomous beings? We have control of our vehicles. I mean, we all experienced this during COVID. Imagine, like, all this seems so far out, but like during COVID, we actively saw people checked out from fear, and like dead things, putting on masks so they can't even really breathe. They can't. In a court of law, you can't speak if you've got a mask on, right? So like you don't have any say. So when you put a mask on, you're basically taking away your power to speak and to breathe. So you're like a dead thing now. And then beyond that, we saw the hysteria that came with it, from fear. All that fear around, you're infected, you might be infected, this person could be infected, you didn't get your shot, you better stay away. You can't come to the family gathering. You can't come to my establishment. And if you're in California, I mean, I left the state because it was like, I can get a fake vaccine card, but I don't want to engage with people that are mandating this.
Right.
What kind of hysteria, what kind of madness is this, right? So we've all experienced that kind of possession. Not like some people personally experienced it and then said, wait a minute, I was in fear and I've woken up, and others just saw it and saying, it's like everyone's possessed all of a sudden by this, by this fear.
So what's in your toothpaste? If you're using the brand you grew up with, you probably don't want to know the
it's
ingredients.
interesting because the way he described COVID is exactly how I feel that a lot of religion, like the church, treats people. And then they wonder why, people are turning away from faith. Ew, you're infected with sin. Ew, you don't have your Jesus shot. You can't sit with us. Like, okay.
It's likely include fluoride, something called SLS, glycerin, foaming
like-
agents.
oh,
It's a
okay.
powder, tooth powder,
Harry.
truly. People use it, dream a lot. Practice a religion? Zero exceptions. So the Masons practice a religion? How would you describe what Masonry is?
Well, I mean, Masonry is based in the Old Testament. A lot of the Masons I know are Christian, but again, I look at it as an initiatory path. So I don't look at it as Masons are evil. What I experienced was that so I'll put it like this. The first night that I went there,
Where was this?
the Cornerstone Lodge in New York, which is a very famous lodge. People like Jay-Z, go there and whatnot. It's
Jay-Z's a Mason?
yeah, from my understanding,
Mason,
he
not
was
a Mason.
he was with that lodge as well, but higher than I was. But the point is that it's an initiation that kind of what I felt was being observed and watched, and I know it was watched because after doing the first degree initiation, where you get the blindfold and the noose and all this stuff is online. I'm not revealing some secrets. All the phrases and things, the geometry of it, where you have to walk, certain directions and points and say certain things. All that's online now. It's public. But when you perform it ritualistically like a play, there are other forces that are not human that are engaging in the experience. And I know that because when I was leaving the lodge that night with my friend, we got a phone call, and it was an unknown number, and this sort of husky voice was on the phone, and he was like, "How was the meeting?" I was like, "It's an interesting game you guys have going here," and it's like, And we were just talking a bit, saying a lot of things that were like biblical, 40 days in the cave, it's some stuff that I didn't understand, but I knew that they were watching me because I was walking back to my apartment in New York, And I'm like, oh, so you're watching me? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, what am I doing? He's like, you're walking. So I stopped walking. And I'm like, oh yeah? He's like, yeah, you stopped walking. And I was like, okay, it could be a guess, but let's just go, continue the conversation, go upstairs. And I had like a gray shirt on and black pants. And after, I started recording the conversation. The audio did not record. Subsequently, only the video recorded. But as I was recording, it basically it was this man's voice, and then it would be a woman that would take over. So it was like two voices. It was one as a man, one as a woman. And then she basically said, stop recording. And I was like, I didn't stop. I would maybe like stop for a minute, and I turn it back on. And I had at that time I had a cross on. It was not a cross. It was a Islamic sword that I had as a necklace. And so I was taking my shirt off, and she's like, "Put your shirt back on." And I was like, "Oh, you don't like this symbol, or what's wrong?" And it was like, "Put your shirt back on." And I'm like, we just continued to talk, but there were a few things that I remember distinctly, including her saying, "I'll leave you with this. You're wearing a gray shirt with black pants." So something had been observing me that night, and they continued to talk with me, and it was essentially, they texted me thereafter, and it was like, it went on for an hour or so, like off and on. My friend who took me there got really sick to his stomach. He was like vomiting actually after that, during that same time that I was on the phone. And he really was like physically out of it. And so I was conversing with these things for like an hour. And again, a lot of it was about the fallen angels, because this goes back to, again, the jinn, the unseen world, the idea that, remember the book of Enoch talks about this, that the fall basically is not just Lucifer's, it's like Lucifer and the 300 or 300, I think, that fell. But a lot of it had to do with the origin of like how the angels fell in love with human women, right? That's the story of Enoch, was that they fell in love with human women, they had children, the Nephilim, the fallen ones, or also, I guess they're also fallen ones. And this whole bloodline war, basically, of like, fallen angels having children with human women and becoming like the great leaders of old, the men of renown. The men of renown, exactly. The leaders of the military and the emperors or kings of the time were all bloodlines. So all this came up that night.
What's interesting is if you bring up that story from Enoch, and it's alluded to in Genesis 6 as well, people look at you like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Where does that come from? Is that like a David Icke concept or something? But then if you just assess it non-emotionally, that's pretty much every religion tells that story, including Christianity. Right. Jesus is the product of spirit and a human woman, God and Mary. So the Greek myths are the same.
Alexander his mother said that Zeus came to her.
Exactly. So I'm not, that's not proof, but it's certainly an indication this is not like a crazy new theory that David Icke thought up.
Not at all. And that's why I always say
it's like the basis of every religion.
Yeah, but that's why people get so, they want you to think about Icke as like, he's the crazy guy. But that's why I studied history, because I wanted to say, no, Icke is just picking up on old traditions, and he's just listening to people that are telling him stories, which I think...
You can hear that story in any church in the United States every Sunday.
Exactly.
So, right. So it's not, conceptually, it's not a departure from what people have thought for thousands of years, that there is the physical reality of actors from the spiritual realm impregnating human women.
Right. And going again, even the Anunnaki texts of the Sumerians before, which predates the Old Testament, talking about exactly this thing about the Anunnaki sky gods creating the first humans as their workers. And, and again, like the flood mythology comes from that,
That God was so displeased by the behavior of the Nephilim that he destroyed the world.
Right.
And their behavior that he specifically called out was violence.
Right. And eating of humans. The Nephilim did. Remember?
Really?
Oh yeah. The giants ate the humans. Do you remember?
That's in the Book of Enoch.
I'm sure that still happens.
It's in one of them. It's either, I thought it was in the Bible, but it's definitely in Enoch then, because that was an issue, that the giants were eating people. And so this, then takes us to the very, present day of, when demon, the lore around demons drinking human blood, or like, demon possessed humans drinking human blood, Dracula mythology, right?
Yes.
This is all, it's drawn upon the old world, but when Hunter S. Thompson talks about adrenochrome and people say, oh, he made that up. And I go, yeah, except I talked to a military intelligence guy who goes, adrenochrome's real, because it comes across our messaging boards all the time. Adrenochrome is being trafficked into the country.
So adrenochrome is a compound from the human adrenal gland. Is that correct?
Yeah. My understanding is it's like an adrenaline. Basically, it's adrenaline that gets secreted and from like, obviously adrenaline from anxiety, from stress, from fear. And it's, it's something specifically that is being used for as a drug, or is it demonic food? I don't know. I mean, again, it's not something that I've personally experienced, but it's like we're connecting the ancient
Monsters Inc.
world to the modern world, and it seems to be, if it's one long thread, we can't just ignore that.
Well, here's something that thieves count on. Security cameras usually stop where Wi-Fi stops, right? Makes sense. So if you've got a barn, a job site, equipment park, there's no cell
so many
signal.
ads,
Why
bro.
this not plain cell games throughout human history. Blood being the life force, the spirit,
the magic in the blood, right?
The magic in the blood, genetics, bloodline. These were full-blown preoccupations for every civilization before 1945, and they've just been eliminated from public conversation
by media. But media is the greatest magician of all, right? I mean, it's so interesting that you mentioned 45. Obviously, that's the end of the Second World War.
Right.
British broadcasting was originally part of British intelligence. Like, it was always, they understood that propaganda was key. I mean, that was First World War effort, bringing us into the First World War, getting us involved, and then obviously the Second World War the same. There was a huge amount of propaganda that was put out for it. But then we adopted those same techniques post 45, I would say, with the various radio projects, whether it was and from radio to television, right? The same concept. A lot of the guys, as you know, that were like intelligence OSS officers or, part of OSS then became like executives and whatnot for the original, TV channels, which, as you know, at the time was like, like 4? It was like ABC, CBS,
3 plus PBS,
NBC,
4.
Right. And so it was very important to send out messaging. And then likewise with radio, it was the same thing. It was like, okay, first radio was used, for information before television, but then radio became the music. And so it became like top 40, what was it? The top 40 project. Like, essentially was like, let's figure out how to basically condition people using music. And it's no longer going to be symphonic, right? Like long symphonic pieces of music. It's going to be short, 3 minutes or less of, something that can like hook people and
culturally
propagandize over and over, hypnotize people essentially. I mean, that's what music does. Think about when we engage with, it's so interesting engaging with young people now and seeing how much, like, when I was a kid, hip hop was kind of coming, it was coming on in the 90s. But nowadays it's like all those lyrics, a lot of the more debasing, lyrics, let's say, how do you end up with an OnlyFans culture? Well, it starts with the lyrics that are put out through hip hop music that's propagated to every, young kid.
That's true. My humps ruined me. I listened to that song on the radio, and it wasn't my fault. I didn't select it. It just came on the radio. My humps, my lovely lady lumps. And then For the Streets. Damn, they got me.
Across the country. And then that becomes part of the cultural conditioning, languaging.
Check it out.
All these things. So I think music is one of the most important magical tools that,
no doubt,
that's used to obviously influence culture. And then obviously not just music, film. And nowadays with streaming, it's putting people into hypnotic states for hours on end, right? When you stream things into the consciousness.
Yeah, or social media are hypnotic,
yeah.
Noticed, and very addictive. So
TikTok especially, I mean, people literally just fall asleep to it. It's just scrolling, streaming.
So part of the point of the propaganda effort is not just to highlight
Tucker Carlson, it was like 11 hours ago, ex-Freemason guy on here talking about possessed politicians, demonic rituals for power, secret societies, and the occult.
But to prevent people from considering things in full context or seeing the whole picture,
always
eliminating certain important themes from the public conversation. And certainly anything supernatural would fall into that. Blood and genetics would also be part of that. But the people who run the world never stop paying attention to the supernatural, to blood and genetics, did they?
No, I don't think so. I mean, from my experience, and again, I mean, I have a limited experience of it, but you talk to some of these families, and I mean, first of all, in the UK, you feel it, especially in England, the aristocratic culture, the mindset. To this day, they still have a king.
Yes.
Okay. They still have the aristocracy and the bloodlines, families, and whatnot, and their traditions. And then you think about like some of these families talk about they can trace their ancestry back to the Roman Empire, or even before sometimes. But again, it's just whether or not you're aware, whether or not you're aware of it. I think some families more so than others. The families that are more aware of it, I think, have a certain conditioning process that some people talk about when it comes to the pedophilia. I think that's more normalized. kind of part of the boarding school culture.
Yep.
Oftentimes, like that was my sense of it when I was at Oxford for 2 terms, and hanging out with some people, some families that are more known than others, and they would some of them would tell me like the boarding school culture was very you could say homosexual, and
The fuck?
that kind of dates back to, in terms of the ideology, to Rome and Greece. Remember, like the idea of passing on wisdom from the older male to the younger male, and so it becomes acceptable. And then and then you do hear these things about a lot of these families that are like practicing pedophilia with their own kids, and they look at it almost like a training, like a training process, because it dissociates. So traumatic abuse of a young person dissociates them, makes them able to then, you could argue, like the monarch butterfly. That's a symbol. The monarch is often described as a symbol of the childhood programming. So basically, when you are traumatized so young, you dissociate. You now have greater ability to act without moral compunction, without even like knowing your own limits, right? Your own self. You basically have broken all those barriers.
Well, you do have to ask questions about a system that sends, its sons to boarding school at 7 or 8 years old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or even younger sometimes.
Or even younger. Yeah, my grandfather went, at that kind of age. And it wasn't good for him. I don't know why you would do that, but it has something to do with breaking down normal qualities in a young man. I'm not saying it's a pederasty thing, but it does have to do with...
Yeah, abuse has many forms.
That's right.
There's the physical, there's the verbal. The sexual is just usually like the one that no one wants to talk about.
No, that's right.
But obviously occurs.
So, okay. So how long were you a Mason?
I mean, it's not like you ever like establish like I'm going to meetings. No, I wanted to initiate to 3 degrees. I entered... And in between, by the way, okay, so this is why I know this gets far out, but like in between...
Oh, we're already pretty far out.
The initiation, the 1st degree and the 3rd degree, in that time period, I would get phone calls from 666 numbers all the time. 666, 6666. We want your soul. Like just demonic voices. I want your soul. That's kind of nonsense.
So Satan called your cell.
I mean, I don't know if if it was Satan or the CIA, but someone with a 666 number that sounded satanic called my cell and would be like, we want your soul. And I would just laugh. I would be like, okay, I mean, it's not mine to give. My soul belongs to God, so I don't know what you're talking. I can't help you, basically. I don't know what
I think I'm jumpier than you, because if I was, in between degrees in the Masons and Satan started calling me, I would drop out.
Well, it's not about dropping out or not. It's about initiating as I said, it's initiating an understanding of the world. And that's why I believe the checkerboard is very real. Like the way that it's designed is the checkerboard on the floor. It's black and white. Not all Satanists are evil. I do believe that there's a path of light and there's a path of dark. They want to assess who you are. And as I say they, I mean like a higher realm wants to know what you are. So I believe that people that join, who choose the darker side, I think I've seen it. They basically are willing to do anything. They're willing to drink the blood. They're willing to make the oath. So I believe that people that join, who choose the darker side, I think I've seen it. They basically are willing to do anything. They're willing to drink the blood. They're willing to make the oath, essentially, to the dark, because they just want power. And if they know that your soul isn't wired that way, you don't end up on the satanic path. So again, like a lot of these were just kind of tests. I felt like they were just kind of tests, just kind of like I got a call from Azazel one time. Azazel's the angel of death, right? Azazel calls, and then like a day or 2 later, my grandmother passed away.
Wait, the angel of death called your cell?
Yeah. Well, it was like it now. I mean, it basically identified itself as Azazel. And
what did you say?
No, I knew what Azazel was, so I knew a spirit of death was around. And then, like I said, my grandmother passed, like I think within 1 or 2 days of that call. So I was like, wow, okay.
What did the angel of death say on the phone?
It wasn't. I don't remember. Like again, it wasn't like I remember specifically an announcement of something. It was just more of like in that time period. It was getting so many calls from these things like wanting my soul, and sometimes it was witches cackling, like come play with us, like come join us. Sometimes it was. One time, and it's funny, I played this on Alex Jones' show actually back in 2012. It was a call from, again, 666, and they were doing Baal worship. They're like calling on Baal, and they were like, it's not like they were doing a ritual. These demonic voices are like Baal, la la, they're doing a ritual on this, on the phone call. So it was almost like they were trying to like engage my energy for what they were doing. You see, that goes back to the question around
weird.
The dark side wants more energy because again, it's disconnected from God.
You telling me demons be spam calling us? The fuck? So pathetic. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, is it disconnected? Let's just say they're more disconnected. I don't think anything is disconnected from God. My perception is it's all God's universe.
Yeah,
so I don't think
ridiculous.
I think the dark still ultimately serves the creator's intention. I don't think you can't divorce yourself from the universe. But let's just say their frequency is lower. So they're drawing upon higher vibrational energy to try to, right, It's trying to draw us down. That's the battle, right? It's like, how many of those of the light can we bring to the dark? How many can we sink to our level? Or if we can't, they stopped after 2012, after my last degree of initiation, and after 2012, I never got calls again. So I just felt like it was this kind of testing phase. And it's like, okay, you don't belong to us. Who knows? Maybe they've taken new forms, and, you know, not saying everything. Like, life is obviously full of challenges. So I think the dark can manifest in different ways. But for me, it was a very overt confrontation with something that people would think is, you know, a fairy tale until you've lived it.
Do you think other people at the lodge, the Cornerstone Lodge in New York, were having similar experiences?
Well, I mean, I know the person I went with did, but like some of the other guys that I knew, I don't think anything changed in their life because, yeah, I mean, we all have different paths, right? We all do, like, you know, my path was frankly initiatory. I wanted to explore these things. You know, I went all the way to Iran just to talk to, you know, guys that were talking to jinns and trying to understand how the world, you know, is working. Right?
What drove you?
Yeah, just.
Well, you grew up in a materialistic society in Southern California where the possibility of this stuff was not discussed, I would
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't, you know, my dad took me to India and Tibet when I was, you know, 10. And, you know, we went to the Himalayas and went to like visit, you know, Tibetan monasteries. We went to, the Pala Palace. And, you know, they depict demons and stuff very overtly in the iconography, right? If you look at the artwork, right, of Tibet, Nepal, the Buddhist cultures, and even Hindus, right? Like, you know, they understand that there's demons and angels, and well, they wouldn't call it angels, I guess, but like demigods, right? I mean, they would describe like demigods, right? And more, you know, angelic, more divine, powerful beings. And then you see like the dark faces of the demonic realm. They look at everything, I think, as like different temptation. So it's like you have to get comfortable. You have to face the demon. You know, you can't. If you hide it, it gets scarier. Just like in a horror film, right? It's always scarier when you don't know where the monster is. Once you can face the monster, you take away its power. Or as, you know, as going back to the dream demon, the Freddy Krueger, it's like, I take my power back. I'm not afraid of you anymore. That's the only way to defeat the monster.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Fear and hate also feed the demons.
Yeah. Well, my dad made a whole film, Natural Born Killers, kind of about this thing. You know, it's pretty interesting. I mean, Natural Born Killers, if you watch it as two demon-possessed people, which is really what they are, the main characters. Mickey, you know, he's been abused by his father, who kills himself. He's been physically abused by his father. The Juliette Lewis character has been sexually abused by her father, and it's like all this kind of chaotic American media, you know, glorification of these two serial killers. But they're going through their journey of hell, basically, like a hellscape, until they find that love kills the demon. Right? That's their salvation, is through love. But if you watch the movie, it's just like two demon-possessed people. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, so if we think that hate and fear feed dark forces, spiritual forces,
unconscious hate, you know, I think there's healthy. We hate certain things that we find intolerable.
Right.
But if we hate the person, if we demonize the person,
people,
right,
yeah.
that's feeding the
wanting
darkness.
to hurt other people,
right?
You know, having malice toward others.
Yeah, exactly.
And then fear, being terrorized. If those are both spiritual foods for demons, how should we understand our government's concerted effort over many years to make us terrified and hateful?
Not just the government, media with it, right? Like
Yes.
media and government working hand in hand.
Right. I mean, those kind of are the messages, really.
Yeah.
There's someone you need to be afraid of, and there's someone you should hate.
Yeah.
You're required to hate.
Well, think about the nature of the Masonic lodges. There's the Red Lodge and the Blue Lodge.
I don't know anything.
Yeah,
about
that's the famous, like, there's the Blue Lodge, which is more like the French ancestry. The Scottish Rite is the Red Lodge. And so think about like the Bloods and Crips, the Democrats and the Republicans as red and blue.
Also the Bloods and the Crips, red and blue.
The Crips. So like this whole
Red
idea
pill,
of
the blue pill.
You know, but people articulate as two wings of the same bird. Ultimately, it's like both are there to govern your mentality, govern your mind, right? So it's like, do we want more laissez-faire? Well, the Republicans are supposed to be more libertarian, more constitutional, more like, you know, but they don't. But they tend to just, you know, end up spending as much as the blue team. You know, both obviously are just dependent on the same Federal Reserve system, right? So you could say like we've been captured by by this debt slave Federal Reserve system since 1913, which is again right around the time that, well, as we know, the income tax came in, which totally unconstitutional, and then also the First World War begins, and the British bring us into their empire because, you know, more formally, because before that we were not supposed to be part of the European game. We focused on, you know, the Monroe Doctrine was about, you know, focusing on our hemisphere, right? Bringing the Republic, you know, our Republic as a model, you know, for this region and protecting this region from the imperialists of Europe, be it, you know, French, British. I mean, remember during the Civil War, Mexico had a coup by the French and the British Empire actually couped the Mexican government right around the same time. They were trying to install their puppet there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't work out. But Mexico then, again, there's all kinds of puppeteering that goes on, as we know, through the different forces financially. So that's really, I think, the key is like America wanting to be a republic independent of the European empires. With the First World War, Wilson made a huge decision, which I think was a huge blunder, committing us to that war. We should have been an arbiter. We should have said, we're not in favor of either empire. We're going to just arbitrate, a peace deal, and should have stayed neutral. But we didn't. We committed ourselves to the British Empire, and we set up, obviously, as a result of that, with the Versailles Treaty.
Hurt so many people.
The Second World War followed, and we, obviously, again, you can get into the whole history of the financiers behind, Hitler and his rise to power. And so it was like we're going to play, Germany against, the Soviets, who also got financial support from us. So it became a financier's game, and that's why I say like the power behind the scenes really to me is the financial empire, and the Rothschilds are obviously a part of that. I don't think they're the be all end all of it, but they're a very important force financially. City of London is a very important force, and the Federal Reserve System, which is spawned from that central banking system of England. So that's when we talk about like, who's the American federal government serving. It's been serving the expansion of a debt slavery monetary system, right? Because we're borrowing money every time they're printing money, but they don't own it. It's not like constitutional money. And the Constitution, gold and silver, is constitutional money. Everything else is these paper notes or promissory notes. That's why it's a Federal Reserve note. When you see a dollar bill, it says Federal Reserve note. It's a promissory note, promise to pay.
Yeah.
Right. So it's all debt. And we're just racking up, as we know, whatever, at 38, 40 trillion, I don't know.
Some unpayable amount.
Doesn't matter. I mean, exactly. It's not going to be, we have to reconfigure this.
But it raised the question, so if individuals can make a deal with supernatural forces to serve them in exchange for temporal power, for success in this life, money, and authority, and that's clearly true, can nations do the same?
I think so. I think it's a kind of, yeah, I mean, again, it's like power of belief as a nation. And so we go back to John Dee, for example, Enochian magic.
Who is John Dee?
So John Dee was basically like the head of intelligence for Queen Elizabeth, right at the beginning of the British Empire.
Elizabeth I.
Elizabeth I. Yeah, sorry. Go back in time to the 1580s.
Century,
yeah, exactly, the 1580s. And Dee is the original 007. That's how he signed his signature. So Bond is actually inspired from John Dee. And he was into magic. He basically was working these, what they call Enochian magic, because, again, derived probably from the Book of Enoch, that he was communing with these beings, watchers, what he considered angels, but, and he had this, these incantations. And
he was summoning spirits.
He was working with spirits, and the theory is, basically the Shakespearean Tempest play is inspired from John Dee as the wizard in the story, is basically John Dee, that he essentially made the deal for the British Empire to become the most powerful empire in the world. And it begins with the sinking of the Spanish Armada, which, again, as everyone knows, it was a massive storm.
Begun in a tempest.
That basically, helped to sink their plans and their fleet. And the theory is that he basically made the deal to, for the British Empire, but the deal requires a certain level of blood sacrifice. And, some people say that we've inherited the British Empire and those demons, essentially, those same deals.
I can't.
Especially since 45, since the end of the Second World War.
It is interesting if you think about it. So here you have this island nation with a pretty small population take over the entire world.
A quarter of the planet was under there.
That's right. So, yeah, largest empire, some ways the most amazing empire, but certainly a vast empire. How'd they do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's more than guns, germs, and steel, right? I mean, it's economically, the financial component is fascinating. How they were able to obviously do with the shipping and whatnot, insurance on shipping, and they controlled when they controlled the seas of the Western world all the way to India, even to China, right? They were able to control the seas, and then they basically would trade. They had the certain traffic where they would take the cotton, they would buy the cotton cheap from slave labor in America, sell it over and across their empire in India. Buy the tea the tea and the opium from Afghanistan, which was under India at the time, and then dump the opium on the Chinese and get the silver for that. It's a pretty good trade, right? It's a pretty good deal.
But the core power you believe came from a deal.
Well, what I see the world as like, it's a spiritual and a material reflection of each
Yes.
other. So it's what I believe is like when people understand how these workings happen, it's like if you have an intention and you, let's say, undertake a magical working that has enough belief behind it, let's say enough energy behind it, it can manifest in physical form. And this is the nature of magic. So to me, there's always two paths with magic. See, Christ says, thy will be done, which is the creator's will. The magic of what I would say like dark side is my will be done. And that's what like Aleister Crowley and other people like this.
Yes.
You know, Crowley said he was a reincarnation of the guy working with John Dee in the magical ceremony. So their mentality is love is under will. So basically like love is not primordial power of creation for them. Individual ego will is more important than love.
That's a dead end.
Yeah.
It's interesting because it points to something that I think all of us feel, which is that there's something dark about success.
It can be.
You know, there's that famous line, show me the fortune and I'll show you the crime.
Yeah, Balzac.
Yeah, Balzac is really reason enough to learn to read French. It's just an amazingly hilarious, insightful. Pere Goriot's one of the great novels. Anyway, yeah, Balzac. Show me the fortune, I'll show you the crime. So that resonates because, and this is not to attack all rich people. I mean, we're both, I guess, by some standards, rich people, but
well, there's a whole other level.
There's a whole right.
I mean, but again, you're talking dynastic people that have like, you know, made fortunes on, again, selling opium to the Chinese and, you know, or selling slaves or selling weapons or, you know, financing wars like the Rothschilds. I mean, that's a level of crime, you know, and or pimping people like, you know, like Epstein, you know, types, you know, pimping girls and boys.
But that's
a whole
kind of the
other
nature
level
of grand success in this world, isn't it? I mean, that's maybe the reason that Jesus says it's harder for a rich man to get to heaven than a camel through the eye of a needle. There's something about it. And maybe that something is the deal that is inevitably made with satanic forces in order to get whatever that success is.
I mean, you know how many times
is that a crazy hypothesis?
You know, people tell me like the Mexican cartels are doing straight black magic.
Well, they are.
Right?
That's a fact.
Right. And I mean, imagine like these are people that are trafficking humans. They're trafficking, you know, drugs. They're killing. They're cutting off heads. They're killing with impunity. I mean,
and not just killing, but torturing.
And torturing.
So that to me is always a sign that there's something religious going on. So you torture others for one of two reasons, either to elicit information. You know, I'm going to waterboard you, tell me where the terrorists are.
Which unfortunately, as we know, is not necessarily accurate information.
No, it's not. It's not. But like, okay, but as a motive.
Yeah.
Or you're doing it for its own sake because there's something about human suffering that brings you power. And that's when we touch, and pleasure.
Which is another.
And maybe adrenochrome. That's when we are bumping up against the supernatural realm, right? Because why would you, if you're going to kill somebody, why would you torture them first? But they always do.
But see, I would posit it more that when are we not in the supernatural? See, I think that's the shift in consciousness that is required. The Great Awakening is that people have talked about, especially since COVID, is like,
oh no, we're having one. There's no doubt.
We are always under the eyes, like we are always living a supernatural experience. We haven't thought that way. We've been trained to think of it as a material existence.
Yes.
And the shift now is to say, no, everything we do has supernatural ramification, because it's always choice between serving higher self, let's call it, and serving ego. That's, to me, like that's the eternal battle. Every choice we make, and you know, it's small decisions, big decisions, all this, it all counts. And obviously small decisions probably won't have the greater impact that the bigger decision will. But if we can shift our consciousness to start realizing how I behave at every moment, is it aligned with my higher version of self or not? This is what we have to do to achieve a better world. If we want to shift into a better reality, you know, then that falls upon us to say, am I following my heart? Am I listening to my heart? Am I listening to intuition? Am I being moral and good in this moment? You know? And I don't think that's the whole point. None of us are perfect, but the whole point of the Christ model is it's a model for us. You know, this is the way of perfection. Listen to the words, try to imitate the Christ, and I think we would have a much healthier reality.
Yeah, and I mean, Jesus is really clear that every word you utter, every word will be used to judge you. Mm-hmm. Like every word matters.
Exactly. It's all.
You said demons called him on the phone earlier. He was getting demonic phone calls, but he doesn't think it was necessarily demons hitting him up, right? He thinks it was like a test from the Illuminati, because he stopped receiving them after a certain point. He thinks it was a test phase. He doesn't actually think like it was necessarily demons. It was somebody or some group or something from the Illuminati lodge that he went to.
It begins with thought. That's why, like, even the Buddhists, you know, the ancient religions, they always write thought, work on your thoughts to then correct your speech, to then, you know, change your actions. So it all builds.
It's in that exact same passage where he says, you know, the evil heart produces evil actions.
Yeah.
No, it's so right. So that brings us to the United States, which is the heir to the British Empire. So if the British Empire was the product of this deal that John Dee made to bring the Tempest to destroy the Spanish Armada, launch Britain into control of the West, and then that control ends in 1945 with the dropping of the atom bombs, roughly speaking. So where does that put the United States government?
I mean, we've been subsumed by the New World Order ideology, and for a long time. Now, the New World Order ideology came out of the British Empire. It wasn't a conspiracy theory. It was their own language. Because I went back when I was doing my history thesis at college, and I was like reading some of the minutes of these conferences, and they kept saying New World Order. It was their own language. They wanted to basically continue the empire in a more informal way, because they realized the empire was, you know, it was getting a lot of flack, right? They couldn't sustain it militarily. They didn't have the manpower. They wanted to bring America in. Clearly, as I meant, Cecil Rhodes, who was, you know, the great imperialist of South Africa, Rhodesia, getting the diamond mines set up and the gold mines and whatnot. And his benefactor was Lord Rothschild, and he, you know, Rhodes was in his will saying, we want to reclaim the Holy Lands and we want to bring America back, basically within the empire. So that was the agenda from the end of the 19th century. The bringing America to be like the military might of the Western financial system, right? That takes place clearly between World War I and World War II. As you said, we then take over for the British Empire all of its former colonies and French colonies, including Vietnam. You know, why do we end up in Vietnam War? It's a French colony.
Indochina, yeah.
Yeah, Indochina. Why do we, you know, take on Turkey and Greece, you know, to defend against the Soviets? So that's all the British imperial realm. The Middle East, again, the French and British carved up the Middle East. All these countries are essentially, you know, creations of the British and the French. So we inherit the empire and basically ally with this idea of you know, the world game. Russia had been the enemy of the British. They became our enemy. And that's a whole complicated issue, but essentially, you know, so partly it's dynastic families, you know, wanting the wealth of the others, and that's perhaps why they couped the Tsar, you know, to get their fortune and get them out of power and put the Soviets in, partly as an experiment, partly as a way to keep Russia out of, I don't know, I guess you could say like separated from the Western world, to create like an enemy going forward, because as we know, we backed Hitler at the beginning to go against Russia. That was the whole deal. It was like, you're going to fight the Russians, kind of like we backed Iraq to fight the Iranians in the 80s. You know, it's the old divide and conquer technique. So Russia had been the British enemy. We inherited that. And then we basically bought into the New World Order ideology. That's why we kept going into this globalist mentality for decades, you know, of committing ourselves.
But there's a supernatural element, too. It seems obvious. It was only in the last year, after a lifetime of living next to it, that I realized the Pentagon is in the shape of a pentagram.
Yes.
Why, of all potential architectural designs, would you put headquarter your military in a pentagram?
Again, the stars that soldiers wear, it's like, as you know, like if you've seen movies or whatnot, like the pentagram is a very common image for, can be for protection. There's an invocation of protection through it. And then there's also the inverted pentagram, which is oftentimes used for sacrifice. Like you'll see it in films, right, where they'll put the pentagram on the floor and within a circle, and then they'll do a ritual sacrifice within it.
Well, it's the central image of Satanism.
Yeah, exactly. The inverted horns, right? It's like the horns. It's the inversion of the pentagram. So again, it can be used either way.
Symbolism, I notice, in our culture for some reason.
Well, people are waking up.
But we went through this period where, you know, for all of history, symbols really matter.
Yeah.
They really matter.
Yeah.
In a lot of world, they still matter. And then in the West, for the last 80 years, symbols are just null and void.
Yeah.
Like, your average person is not allowed to notice the symbolism in anything.
Yeah. No, we have to.
Poetry dies, metaphor dies.
Exactly.
The spiritual life withers, and we just don't notice that. Our military is headquartered in a building called the Pentagon. And by the way, I learned this from you at breakfast this morning. I have no idea what it means, but I was amazed to learn that the cornerstone of the Pentagon was laid on September 11th, 1941, 60 years to the day that the Flight 77, I think, was flown into it.
77 is a magical number too. So, you know, again, I think of these events as mass rituals.
I just learned this morning eating my omelet, so I haven't thought about it at all. But I that's kind of the point I'm making.
Yeah.
I heard that plane. I was close enough to hear the plane or whatever. I heard that impact of something.
Well, we never saw the video, right?
I'm aware. I'm aware. The whole thing is bizarre, but I'm only making the point that I was very aware that it happened. I had a friend on that plane, et cetera, et cetera. Why am I now, 25 years later, for the first time learning that the Pentagon cornerstone was laid on September 11th, 1941.
No.
Like you'd think in the coverage of it, they'd be like, hey, this is not a...
Yeah, the 60th anniversary, you'd think so, right?
I never heard that. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'd read about it, but I
No,
don't
but
even
at the
think I'd
time,
read.
was that like
Well, no,
on World News Tonight?
At the time, I mean, I was as clueless at the time when it happened. I just thought, I look, here's all I knew about 9/11 was that nothing made sense because I was in Somaliland in the summer, in July, and we got notices from the State Department, faxed, saying, be careful to all foreign, all nationals, all American nationals abroad. Like there's basically like rumor around like a terrorist plot. So be on high alert.
I was in Maine that summer and they didn't send us any notice at all.
No.
I guess I should have been in Somaliland.
So I mean, we already were like, kind of was like, oh, it's interesting that we got the notice that obviously some intel, something's coming across intel, channels to say that. And I'm not sure if anyone ever reported on that in the, the investigation of like the intelligence labs. But again, I never believed the official story. And the more I looked at it, the more it just didn't add up. The takedown of the towers just structurally speaking, you have, that the plane hit the Empire State Building back in 46. Remember that?
Yeah, of course.
It was a military plane at the time. It hit
bomber.
Didn't collapse.
Well, Donald Trump is on tape on the morning of 9/11 saying, I don't know. How could that have happened? I know those buildings well. I was there when they were built in the early 70s, and the steel in those things is stronger than any building in New York, and there's no way.
But now you think about the nature of ritual. And what was created was a Holocaust, which is literally a mass burning. And this is, I don't know if you remember the movie called Wicker Man.
No.
Wicker Man. It was kind of a film about these pagan Satanists, who they do a ritual around one of the equinoxes. I think it was like a summer equinox. And they do they have this guy in this town realizing that these guys are witches, and all of a sudden he finds himself inside of this massive Wicker Man being burned alive. And it's played out every summer, by the way, in a festival called Burning Man.
Yeah.
Here in Nevada, I guess, right in the desert, the Burning Man ritual, the burning of the man annually. So, I mean, these are ritual things that people partake in without understanding what they're giving their energy to.
That's right. That's exactly right. So, I mean, up until the Second World War, it would have been obvious to every Western man that life revolves around ritual, and that ritual describes to us concepts that our brains are not capable of fully grasping. The communion in Christianity, it's like, there's a great debate over exactly what that is, but it's the center to the practice of the religion. And it doesn't make any sense from a scientific point of view. You're ingesting the flesh and blood of Jesus? Like, what? But to Christians, again, it's the Holy Eucharist.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense to people because there's no other way to describe the things that are of this life that are that profound. So, but our understanding of how central ritual is to life has just been stripped from us completely. So we totally miss it. We don't even know that the Pentagon gets hit on the 60th anniversary of its beginning of its construction. That's so.
But well, you think about the nature of, well, first of all, like television has a lot of it has like disrupted like ritual cycles and whatnot, like the cycles of our of our energy of going down with the sunset, like coming in, sitting around the hearth, telling stories, listening to the spirit, being more connected to the spiritual world. Now the spiritual world does come in through television. It's just not the way we imagine it because we think this is like something different, but it's all going into our psyche. And so as the brain, it's processing it the same, how do you say, it's processing and taking this information just as it would reality. So it's definitely affecting the way we interface with reality.
Yes.
And again, this goes back to what we're talking about, the power of the magic of media. And I think, people that are storytelling, they can be, some are practicing darkness. I think others are practicing light. And I think there's those that are just unaware, unconsciously perpetuating things. But there does seem to be something very dark in Hollywood. And it's like a subversion.
You grew up there, so did you sense that?
What I sense with Hollywood is there's definitely more, let's be clear, there's definitely a Babylonian quality to it, right? There's definitely
like people in
debauchery.
Oh, okay.
And there's debauchery. I mean, it's like everyone knew Harvey Weinstein was a monster.
Yeah.
Not just with women. He was a monster with business.
Of course.
And
I knew him. I knew that.
Right? I mean, everyone knew that. But he was just accepted. And it's just like kind of like the casting couch. It's just like, oh, it's just accepted. This is the way things are. The Epstein, I'm sure people, I'm sure a lot of people knew what Epstein was. I never heard about him before 20, whatever, 16, 17, 18, in that time frame. But like, I'm sure a lot of people that were around him just knew like, oh yeah, he's into this or he's into that because people talk, right? But it's amazing how, unless you're part of those circles, you don't really know what's going on. And that's why to this day, people will say, well, JFK, the assassination, it must, they couldn't have kept the secret. I'm like, people in the know have talked, but you're just not in the know because it hasn't been perpetuated through media. So unless it gets perpetuated through media, we don't hear about it and we don't think it exists.
Yeah, I mean, what you just said, the truest thing that I didn't understand until later in life, even though I spent my whole life in the media. The idea that, like, if it's more than two people, no one can keep a secret. Well, none of these secrets have been kept. They're all out there. I've heard a lot of this stuff a million times. I just discounted it, and it was not part of the prevailing story we were told. So I just didn't think it was real.
Wasn't not Cardi B, what's her name? One of these rappers just came out talking about like all this stuff in the Epstein. They're eating. She said in the music industry, they're eating babies and drinking blood. Y'all, which rapper was it? Was it Cardi or was
I don't know. It's every week there's a new rapper revealing the truth, but no one takes them seriously because they're rappers.
Yeah, exactly. But she said something to this effect. And like Mariah Carey's sister said that, she was a kid. She grew up, she talked about it before she died, Mariah Carey's sister. And it's in the Best Kept Secret docuseries that I put out. But basically she said like she grew up with things that were like done that were, indescribably horrible, like you can't fathom. And she died like a few years after that. She came out saying it. Well, people will sometimes come out and say things and it'll be like a blip. And I think this is my way of thinking is more like, if in the middle of the night, I see something fly across the sky, which I've done, like driving in Beverly Hills, driving home at like 2 a.m, I saw like a craft, fly overhead. Not so fast. It was more like it was almost, I don't want to say like, it almost would be like an advanced version of a stealth bomber. It wasn't a stealth bomber, but it was like a craft that was moving very fast, low to the ground, right over Beverly Hills. So I look at that and go, okay, I've just glimpsed reality. Someone else might go, that's just crazy. I'm just going to ignore that.
Right.
So to me, I'm like, okay, this is what's really going on. I want to look over here now. And that's just the way that I see things. And other people will just be like, I once saw a UFO, but you know what? That's just so crazy. I'm just going to go back to the mundane world.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. But big picture, if people are trying to understand, not simply are they eating babies, but why would someone do something like that?
Yeah, well,
you get to the nature of the deal that every person faces, I think, the potential, which is the same as the temptation of Jesus, bow down before me and all this will be yours.
Yeah.
But in exchange for whatever you're getting, bloodshed is the cost.
Yeah. Because depravity, it's like, once you've, it's like the dog that's like tasted blood, right? It's the, you can't go back. You've crossed a threshold. You've crossed a barrier that we're not supposed to cross, right? Thou shalt not kill. Okay. Well, if you do, you're probably gonna have remorse. If you do it just, especially just for defense purposes, you're still probably gonna have some level of remorse. I know sociopaths don't.
Yeah. No, that's right.
So there's like a whole other caliber of psychology and maybe demon possession there. But as humans, we would have remorse. But once you've gone back, you can't take that back, can you? Like, you've stained your soul. That's something that you can't, you can steal something and make amends. You can, all crime is theft, but there's different degrees of theft, right? You can steal people's time, you can steal their energy, you can steal belongings. But if you steal life, how do you return that?
There's no restitution. I'm extrapolating out to the scale of empire here and trying to understand why empires tend to commit themselves to war even when they don't get anything out of it.
Mm. Someone's getting out of it. I mean,
I just wonder though if like the cost of staying on top isn't killing people just by its nature.
Yeah. Well, and again, different arguments. You go back to like, what was the point of Vietnam? If Vietnam fell to the communists, like what the heck does that have to do with anything?
What's the point of the Russia-Ukraine war? Why would you want to keep that going? The only thing that you're getting out of that is weapons testing and money transfers and all that stuff. But ultimately, what you're getting is millions of dead people.
Yes,
maybe that's the point. Maybe it is blood sacrifice.
Right. To a degree, I think that's from a higher perspective. There does seem to be truth to that, and I think, look, this is a realm of mind, right? Since the fall of Adam and Eve, we fell into mind. So before this, there was order. There was perfect. It was perfectly guided, let's say, and then we fell. The story's not just Adam and Eve; it's Atlantis. It's all these things, right? They fell into the mind.
What does that mean, the mind?
Everything we experience is the mind. We don't know anything outside of our own minds. Right?
So before the fall, we existed.
Well, we didn't have, presumably, if we trusted like the Lord basically just had perfected and ordered everything, we didn't have choice, we didn't have free will, we didn't have mind, we didn't have anything to mirror. We saw ourselves for the first time. The mind is like a mirror, self-awareness. I am separate from you. If everything before that, it was just oneness, right? It was just, you knew, you were, you could be. It's kind of like an angelic order, let's say. Again, we're making assumptions here, but essentially what we know is that with self-awareness comes this idea of separation. And so we're in a realm of mind where everything gets mirrored in some way. Every thought has to
With
manifest.
self-awareness comes separation. That is,
Yeah, the illusion of separation. I mean, ultimately, I believe that we're all from the same oneness, and I believe it's God's universe. So there's really nothing to be afraid of, right? Because we're all, if we choose, we can go, ascend higher. We can go back to the light. But there's no, I say the illusion of separation is that it's just an illusion. If our ego feels separate, our ego feels like, I'm me. This is my body. This is my name. This is what I've done. So that's why I say it's a battle between ego and higher self. Higher self is like, no, we're just instruments of the creator. I can let go of ego now. I don't have to feel like anything belongs to me. Anything I do is, not mine. Glory to the creator. We're just instruments here. We're just playing our roles. And,
yes,
hopefully this is, I believe, this is all for our evolution and understanding and recognizing, hopefully developing more empathy, more, more compassion, more love. That should be, I think our goal on this planet. But yeah, in the realm of mind has to go somewhere. So if I have hateful thoughts, it has to go somewhere. Does it project? How does it, as we know, like if I have hateful thoughts or angry thoughts, it's going to be the way I treat my children, my loved ones, my family, my friends. It's going to go somewhere. It's going to go into war. It's going to manifest somewhere.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where we are still. We're in a place of strong polarity, right? Everything is being, as light as it is, as dark as it is in this world. So it has, like, that energy has to go into war until we clean up our thoughts and stop hating each other. Until then, we're going to have war.
But there's also a sense in which bloodshed, war, violence, killing is the food that keeps the dark energy.
Yeah, but it starts with us. It starts with us. That's why I just say, like, the good news is they don't have any power unless we give it to them. If we give them power, if we give them attention, if we give them energy, if we feed them our fear, that's what Christ was saying. Let go of the fear. Just have faith. Let faith replace the fear. And that was what I had to go through in my, 2-3 year journey of, like, having these dark experiences and, like, being haunted by things that were, like, energetically tangible in my reality. It was like, okay, I surrender. Like, I surrender to the higher power. I have faith. So you can't have my soul because it doesn't belong to you. And I think that's the point, is if every one of us just in our own lives just takes inventory. Okay, we have fears. It's, it's natural. Some fears are, like, deep, right, and paranoid. Others are, just existential. Like, there's a predator, there's a threat. Okay, but if we can, like, face our fears, own our fears, and find deeper faith, we will create a better reality, because the dark will have less food. It's our choice.
Does it feel like some social media are designed to inspire fear and hate?
Of course, because again, it's being perpetuated through people that are unconscious. I would say, like, I don't think there's that many, like, dark sorcerers in the world. I think there are a few. I think there are definitely some people that commune and know what they're doing, like, ritualistically. But I think most people are just unconscious, and they're just seeking worldly delight, worldly temptation, worldly power.
Yes.
Right. And they're just unconsciously not sure why, but they're just like, well, that seems safe. I don't want to lose what I have. I don't want to, I want to maintain and preserve, but you can't. This world is ephemeral. It's passing, right? We know this. It's the way it's designed. We're supposed to be able to let go. And again, commune with a higher power. And that's the greater energy. And that actually was what really preserves you. That's when you get to that place of, with the saints and people, like, that can glow and that can actually, like, emit light, right? All these examples of what Christ is. This is where we're supposed to imitate, is to try to bring more light into the world. And so if we're not, if people are not there, but they're putting out these things, they're just reflecting themselves. So a lot of these, going back to Hollywood, like, a lot of these creators are just, that's the level that they're at. Their consciousness is at that level. Their consciousness is full of, their mind is full of, you name it, perversion, negativity, angst, fear. So they're perpetuating that. They're not coming from a higher modality. They're not coming from a higher place. They can only reflect what they are.
Do you think it's more obvious in Hollywood than in other places?
At power centers, there's a lot of power centers. London is a power center. Hollywood's a power center. New York's a power center. Every city is like a hub, because how much energy gets, like, there's so many more people there. There's so much more attention. But obviously Hollywood is this magnifier of consciousness. And so I think that wherever the consciousness goes, even collectively, you could say, Hollywood shifts accordingly. I don't think Hollywood itself is, like, they're sitting there going, like, this is the way it is. It's like they're a barometer of where consciousness is. And so it's how do you explain it?
He's an ex-Freemason.
It's almost like reflecting each other. They put out darkness. People want that. They feed into it. That's where the collective is. The
Yes.
collective wants to experience this. They want to go into darkness. They want to go into experience the darkness. Okay, when you get to a certain point, you wake up. You say, "I'm tired of the nightmare," and I think that's where we are. That's what the awakening means. I'm sorry, you know, it's like people saying, "Okay, you know what? Enough of the nightmare. Let's change the story," and people rejecting Hollywood accordingly and saying, "Yeah, unless you guys shift the narratives, we're not going to watch your content anymore." The more we shift, the more Hollywood will shift. So it's a dance. Hollywood cannot survive without the audience. You cannot, you know, drug dealers can't survive without the drug addicts. We collectively have to shift our consciousness, and everything will change.
I believe that. I notice it with AI. Most people, including I think the people who are creating AI, aren't really exactly sure what it's going to be.
Yeah.
What the effects are going to be, but the only publicity about AI that's coming out of the developers of AI is negative and terrifying. I've noticed since this for the last 3 or 4 years, there's been no real effort to explain to you or me or anyone how this is going to be great for us. And a lot of effort put into telling us this is going to end everything that we love, including human autonomy, our jobs, our economy. It'll basically be a slave state run by machines. That's what they're telling us. The people who are making it are telling us that. And so my instinct is they're trying to terrify us for some reason, and it may just be because that feeds the dark spiritual powers that are creating it.
Yeah, I think AI is just like everything. It's just both dark and light. You know, it's like the internet, right? You can find the darkest things out there. You can find great information, right? You can find the books of the world if you want to read them, and it's just going to be a question of where human consciousness will take it. You know, again, I believe that, you know, again, because this is God's universe, I do have like a more positive view of like where all this is going. When we were post 9/11, it was I could feel the darkness, man. I could feel it before 9/11. I could feel war coming from about 2000, the year 2000, 2001. I was like, I could feel the energy of war and the darkness of the 2000s. I felt like War on Terror was literally terror. It was about terror. It was about terrorizing everybody.
Yeah.
You know, it was literally like terrorizing the
It was a
American
war of
public.
terror.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was terror for everybody, the American public, the broad. So the that era was like, you know, this shift in consciousness was, you know, again, it was a pretty dark phase. I think now we are almost like operating in different realities simultaneously, which is kind of cool, you know? And I think it's almost, I feel more like choose your adventure. What do you want to do with, you know, with technology? What do you want to do with the world, you know, that you're in? And just trust that this is all like for our evolution as souls, to return, you know, to basically be reminded of the light, to return to the light, ultimately to reascend, I hope, you know, in time. I think that's, you know, that would be the goal, right? Is to return to a state of you know, more closeness to God. But you have to be separated to want to go back, right?
A lot of people are looking forward to going back right now, all of a sudden. So we're told that there's going to be some kind of disclosure about UAPs, UFOs by the federal government. What are UFOs?
So I think we have reverse engineer technology that's been talked about for a long time. Certainly, like Roswell's a famous incident. From what my understanding of it, something did crash and there was a huge military response. And then, you know, the idea of a weather balloon, and then they changed the story twice. It was originally like weather balloon, and then it was like some other thing. They basically, the guy that was there initially, I can't remember the name, he was a military intel guy. He took it back to like his family, like a piece of the metal. And it was like very strong, but at the same time, it was like you could actually like slightly bend it, but it would come back, and it was unlike any metal they'd ever seen. So this was described by him and then his son, but he was basically forced to take the famous photo. I think his name was Marcel. Like he had the famous photo, like holding the weather balloon, and to say like it was just a weather balloon. Like he basically was forced to take that picture. I think since that time we've been reverse engineering. I've talked to way too many people who are part of black programs, or you know, I've seen, you know, we have a secret space program. The U.S. Space Force is older than Trump. Like they basically brought it from like the hidden to the more public side now. But for example, I talked to Dr. Fred Bell. Do you know him at all? Fred Bell was a very famous guy in the the UFO community, because he had worked with the government, and he was also writing books about like alien technology and consciousness and things like this, quantum physics. Brilliant guy. So we interviewed him for Conspiracy Theory, the show I used to do with Jesse Ventura. And he was talking about mind war, like using frequency for like, you know, affecting people's thoughts and being able to affect people at a distance, right, through various technologies. But off the record, he was like, I shouldn't tell you guys this because my CIA handler would not be happy with me, but I've been to one of like some of these underground military facilities, and he's like, I've even met what you would call like a gray alien. Like he's like, I shook hands with one, you know. And he's like, they're down there, like in these facilities. We have these joint partnerships. within 24 hours of that conversation, off the record, he was dead. He died in his hotel room before he
Of
could
course
leave,
he did.
Minnesota, where he was
After your interview.
doing the interview. Yeah. He
How did
died
he
of a
die?
heart attack.
A lot of people involved in the space program in a kind of spooky science connected to the federal government have died or disappeared recently.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
It's like 11 that they've confirmed missing or dead.
Yeah, that seems like a lot.
Nuclear, from everything from like fusion programs to NASA scientists. Certainly in the age of disclosure, which we've been living through the last few years, it's more curious. At first, I thought people were saying like they were suspecting the Chinese. But do you remember? Look, I mean, we still never got an answer to those drones.
No, over New Jersey.
Last year, they were all over, not just Jersey. They were all over, like from Eastern Seaboard, right? Virginia. I mean, multiple states. I mean, you get this kind of stuff all the time. You know, these anomalies.
I actually asked about that because Trump was going to disclose what it was. Remember, during the campaign, he said, "I'm going to get to the bottom of this," and then he said, "It's not a big deal." And I asked, it's not a big deal.
Like Epstein's not a big deal.
Not a big deal. But what
scary.
were those?
Listen, I look at this world. I mean, you ever see those paintings, some of those old paintings, and you see like these little drone-looking things in them? I just look at this world like we are being observed. You know, the watchers. They're, again, dark and light. They're observing this experiment of the fall, right? We've fallen, but God is always watching. God's permitting. And, you know, there's beings that are interested in our genetics. That's for sure. The eugenics thing is ancient.
Why are eugenics is ancient?
Well, we talked about it, like the idea of creating humans, some of which were of royal bloodline or from like deities, and others are just more like workers. I think it's ancient. I mean, isn't it curious, like the different races? You know, where do we all just come from one race and we become like darker skin, lighter, or are we actually like different bloodlines, right? They're different blood types. So is it just evolutionary, or is there something else, you know, going on in terms of? I think, you know, genetics connects to consciousness because, as we know, like the eugenics interest. It's extreme. I mean, by the way, we gave birth to Hitler because the eugenics conferences were here first. They were British and American eugenics conferences. And a lot of them, were racist, absolutely. But the interest in the idea that like consciousness, as we talked about, the brain and is a receiver. And of course, different genetics are going to receive information differently. You know, the body, how we experience reality is through this body. So isn't it, if we believe in souls and you know, the journey that we go through in our life, our body is very connected to that experience. So of course, there's a fascination with, you know, how much is it contingent on our genetic makeup and our propensities, for example.
For about 50 years in the United States, it was basically not allowed for people to mention any of this in public because it was Hitler stuff or whatever they said about it.
They changed the name. They called it, they changed it from eugenics to, what's the Cold Spring Harbor? They're doing it at Cold Spring Harbor, basically, to the same research. It's just genetic, what's the term for it? Anyway, they called it genetic research now, and like, you know, they research.
Biotech, I think we call it.
Yeah, biotech and things like this, but it's the same principles. Not maybe not based in the same racism, but some of it's, I'm sure some of these people are still racist, like Epstein, who called everybody goy that wasn't Jewish, right? I mean, some of these guys are still racist. But yeah, I mean, they just changed the name.
It's just interesting that even as the public has been absolutely banned from talking about this stuff, the people in charge are very fixated on genetics.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that doesn't surprise you.
Why should it? I mean, again, if this vehicle, it's pretty interesting technology. I mean, the body's incredible technology. That's what freaked me out so much during COVID was like the whole mRNA delivery system, right? That they were trying to inject us with, and as a lot of people were warning, that mRNA technology can start to affect your genome and might be passed on to your children.
I think it's been confirmed now.
Right. So pretty scary stuff that they were just mass injecting
into hundreds of millions of people. But then, and now we know that it can affect your DNA. I think that's beyond dispute, but I haven't read any follow-up on like, okay, what you're changing human beings generationally? What are the likely effects of this?
And that's the transhuman agenda. So transhumanism, you could say, is the evolution of eugenics to the place where a lot of these elites want to biologically re-engineer the human. And arguably, they want to get us to a place where they can merge us with the AI, the machine consciousness, to make us, well, you could say like an H.G. Wells type of scenario, right? You have the elite who, and some of whom love, you know, the idea of like Elon Musk, you know, connect me to the machine, connect me to the computer so that I can be smarter, right? And then, you know, arguably those that are, you know, more mundane will either not have the ability or they'll be connected in a way that they can be more readily controlled. Is this what we're going towards? You know, a cyborg type of future?
Seems clear.
Right? It's certainly feasible. I don't think in the next 5 years, but probably 20, 30 years and beyond, you could see a whole new humanity.
What do you think the point of the COVID exercise was?
Multi-layered. They wanted, I mean, it seems that they wanted to shut down the world and print money en masse. They know they didn't have a war, like, to do it, right? Without a great war, they needed some kind of, conflict. This exercise was a way of, I think, testing consciousness to see how pliable and compliant people are. And obviously it was, like I said, frightening just to see your friends and neighbors just becoming like Borg in Star Trek. Just obey, wear your mask, do not question. If you question, you're crazy, you're dangerous. You should be. At some point they were talking about moving people to concentration camps, for quarantine camps. They were talking about digital tracking. I don't think they achieved fully what they could have, or if the dark side had won, let's say, prevailed. We could have, are you kidding me? We could have been, what Chomsky said, those of us that were unvaxxed, we could have been pushed out of society. They could have created a total digital, verification of how many shots you've had and, if you obeyed or not. I mean, the social credit system of a communist society, they could have gone all the way. I don't think I don't think they won that battle, but I think it was a big test to see where our human consciousness was.
I noticed you didn't mention public health as one of the reasons for that campaign.
Thanks, Andy.
Shifting in which aspect?
Well, the inherent threat of the virus, that didn't play any role in this.
The virus was a perfect virus insofar as it was very contagious, and I think we all got exposed to it. And I think the virus does have long-term effects that we should work to clean out, but things like ivermectin and other can help us with cleaning that out of our system. But it wasn't like a particularly deadly virus. No, I mean, just look at the numbers. It was deadly if you had 2+ comorbidities and you were over 70 years old. Yeah, that was dangerous. But anyone who was paying attention, we knew about ivermectin, we knew about hydroxychloroquine, vitamin C, zinc. I mean, just health protocols, being in the sun, fresh air, all the things you would normally think would be healthy.
Keeping your weight normal.
Yeah.
So last question,
I do wonder though, do you think it's possible that there was some fraudulent social security shenanigans happening by people in government because of all the boomers dying? Seems like a legal way to cull the population and make some money.
So many things are happening at once right now. One thing I've noticed during this conversation is you seem completely unsurprised, nonplussed by all these crazy things going on because you've just seen the world through this vantage for so long that it doesn't surprise you. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that when you've grown up seeing conspiracy reality, which I saw since I was like 6, 7 years old, and my dad made JFK. I don't try to assume anything because I'm not in a position of one of the elites that's apparently making these types of decisions, right?
But you see a UFO and you say, I'm looking not at an anomaly, but at reality.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a different way of looking at the world. So, and probably a better one. But given that worldview, you see now the unresolved war in Ukraine, this new war in Iran, which seems like it is already a global war. Who knows? The promise of UAP disclosure, the rise of these terrifying dystopian technologies, mass surveillance, AI, all happening in like a 5-year span. What is all of this? They're clearly connected phenomena.
They're definitely connected phenomena.
Any one of these things would have been enough to like fry my 30-year-old brain if these had happened in 1999.
I guess it was, well, look, the NATO war against Serbia was relatively isolated with that region of the Balkans, but that region was just devastated by that era. I keep emphasizing to people, look, the world ended many times already. I think if we lived through World War II, can you imagine like the devastation of that time period? I mean, maybe 100 million dead, the entire world engaged at some level of the conflict. I think that we have to get back to like kind of primary principles of, okay, is it really as bad as the mind might want it to believe, and the fear wants us to believe.
Yes.
So I don't like to give into those fear narratives. I truly believe that the light is prevailing. People are waking up. Every time something, is occurring, we're in a time now where it's like, thanks to the social media component, as much as we can say like, yeah, there's banal things, there's like degrading things, there's things that maybe like take us out of ourselves or into our lower self, there's also so much revelation coming at the same time.
Yes.
Right. So we can have these conversations now that, listen, I couldn't talk about the pedophilia, cannibalism stuff back in the 2000s when I first found out about it, because, you know, I was reading like about the Franklin scandal and the Franklin cover up and things like this, right? This was back in the 80s and 90s that they were, you know, the trafficking ring,
remember, yeah.
right, in Franklin, and it had to do with Larry King, who was very high up in the Republican National Committee, and you know, stories like this that I know about.
A different Larry King.
Yeah, different Larry King, exactly, the black Larry King, not the CNN Larry King. And you know, I couldn't talk about these things publicly, but gradually I've seen consciousness awakening. My journey has been so interesting in that regard. Like I was in a conspiracy theory with Jesse Ventura back when it was shut down, because we were asking all the right questions apparently, but the network, True TV, shut us down because he had challenged. I think it was because of the episode that he did about FEMA camps. Maybe was that like he triggered something?
Yeah.
But there were some things we touched upon that were like, okay, the show is canceled. So nowadays, you know, if he'd wanted to, you know, we could have shifted it to like, you know, a TikTok channel or something.
Yeah.
We could have continued it. All these conversations that we were having about the Skinwalker Ranch. Now there's shows on Netflix about Skinwalker Ranch. The UAP stuff, you know, coming out, the hybrid programs, the reverse engineering being discussed in Congress. So I feel like the awakening is more important than the events themselves. The events themselves, because like this is a reality where, unfortunately, yes, like it's painful. It's full of suffering. There's sorrow. Our loved ones are going to die one way or another. Everything's going to pass in this world, right? So what matters is, where are we awakening to the reality? Are we seeing the spiritual forces that are at work? And if we can again choose light instead of darkness, I do believe we can create a better reality. But it starts with awakening and realization, not being, we're going to put this in the corner. We're not going to discuss the pedophilia. No, that's being discussed openly now. We're not going to discuss, you know, the rape and murder and cannibalization of kids. No, we're going to discuss that, because by becoming aware of it, now we can get to a place of, okay, all of this somehow exists in our reality. Let's choose a better version.
Yes.
Let's choose a better version of reality, right? Where this doesn't happen as prevalently, if at all.
So the awakening is worth the suffering that leads to it.
It's the only way. It's the only way to awaken is to suffer. So Buddha sees suffering in the world. He says, I want to understand what's causing this. Get to the heart. You know, he wants to awaken, right? He wants to create a more compassionate reality, even though he knows that suffering will still exist. So it doesn't have to be as evil as cannibalizing, you know, people and murdering women and children and all these horrible things. But there will still be suffering in our reality at this point of human experience, right? We're still going to suffer illness and old age and death until, you know, God decides that we enter a more golden age.
Sean Stone, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
That was interesting. Steven. Thank you. Oh my gosh, it's on crack. Yes, it's Hellcase time. And they wanted me to promote one of their site giveaway things. So let me open that up. Did you know they're celebrating their 10-year anniversary? I had no idea. I didn't know they were around that long. That's crazy. Good for them. Yeah, there's apparently $100,000 prize pool. There's 600 plus, like, over prizes. There's, like, some high tier skins. There's rare drops, apparently. I'm just astounded they've been around this long. Exclusive access via the anniversary agent. Not sure what that is yet. They sent me a link. 10 years Hellcase. Oh, yes, that's. Wow. Okay. I'll put the link in chat too. I'll put it on Kick too. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you're into you know, the CS:GO skins and whatnot, the CS2 shenanigans, so you can check out Hellcase's 10-year celebration anniversary. Right? Apparently the giveaway ends in 2 days. So get in there now if you are interested in that stuff. On the 21st. Okay. Are there special cases? Let me see. I guess so. What's in here? Oh, I mean, this is pretty good. Some pretty good drops people have gotten. What? 51% on this gun? All right. You do you. I don't like those odds. I'll be honest. You know what? Maybe I'm not supposed to. Let's just do it. This is the 51% bullshit. That's what the BS stands for. Ugh. Oh, I just saw there was an exchange for prizes. I should have done that. Next one. I'm sure I'll get some bullshit again. What prizes can I exchange? Oh, I don't need a refill. Okay. That one looks okay. That's decent. I'll keep that one. My pigeon is very horny in the background. He has no bitches. Oh, that wasn't bad. 225. Okay. That's pretty good. Alright. Shit. Blue steel. You should play Hellcase then? Yeah, my pigeon should play Hellcase. That'll definitely get him bitches. Wow, that's a lot of the same gun in a row. Yeah, horny pigeon boy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh. All right, bro, I get it. Wow. Congrats on achieving the next level. New level 2. Oh. Must be an anniversary thing. He is down bad. True. Okay, I'm in a different case. Let's try this HB Flow case. This is a less expensive case. But people have been getting pretty decent drops from it still, so we'll see. But not me. It's not bad from a $45 case. It's okay. Alright. Maybe I'll get something good at Olympus. What's this gun? I mean, it's interesting at least. It's cheap, but it's a kind of a fun looking skin. Not having much luck with this case. That Silk Tiger one looks pretty cool if I can get that one. I wonder how many spins it'll take, or case openings, I mean. And how many cases? Trying. It's an okay looking one. Meh. Not getting the silk tiger yet. Well, that one's okay. Player 2 gun. It was like twice the case at least. I'll take it. Still no sign of the silk tiger. What's fast mode look like? Meh. I'll get the Hellish again. We'll keep that one. Hellish looks pretty cool. Actually, I don't think I've gotten the Hellish before. I think that was Hellfire I'm thinking of. Sell it. Sell it. Sell it. Come on, Silk Tiger. Nope. Still not. Latte Rush again. Man, we are not hitting it. Oh, so close. It was right next to it. Some bullshit. I want the long dong. The fuck is that? Right next to that one too? Ugh. Another Hellish. Meh. Give me the silk tiger or the long dong or both. Preferably both. Ugh. I don't know if the silk tiger's in the box. Oh my gosh, it was right next to it. Oh, you mean leave and come back? I don't know. Come on. No. Yeah. Ah. It's the same ones over and over. Stop teasing me. They got the long dong. I want the long dong. Some bullshit. Ugh. There's a gun called Temu Cow. Moo. Man, some bullshit. Meh. Ah! Right next to another good gun. The lightning strike. Come on. Give me something worth noting. I don't want your $7 fucking bullshit. It's okay. Hyper Beast. It's alright. The peasant's case, exactly. Feels like it. Oh my gosh. One more, and then I'm gonna give up. Alright, I give up. What's your chroma glow? Try the shiny knives. Meh. The point isn't for me to get money, the point is me to unlock items to put in my giveaways. I'll keep that one. It's okay too. Alright, let's go to my giveaways. This other giveaway ended on the 13th. Let's see who won. His winner is Malvina. Congratulations. Let me start a new giveaway. Three. Make this private. Choose prizes. And put in the shiny knife. Oh. I need to put it. Try that. Maximum users giveaway prize sum exceeded. Let me see. Let me try a smaller amount then. The hellish. There we go. Alright. New giveaway is up. If you want to enter it, it is free to enter. And Hellcase is also free to sign up for. Okay, this is for their anniversary rush giveaway. You can press join the celebration on their link, and that'll give you some other stuff to do. Looks like they've got participation preconditions and whatnot. Whoa, that's a lot of prizes. Cool. Could be you! Could be. And they got Dragon Lore, 7,478. Sheesh! Kind of crazy. You got 600 prizes. These are just some of them. Cool. Alright, that concludes this Hellcase segment. Let me tell them I did a segment. Okay. I don't know what I want to do. I woke up like at 5 a.m., so I'm barely alive right now. And it's 1 a.m. now. I kind of want to sleep, to be honest. I don't think I have the mental bandwidth to play any games right now. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Sleep stream? God, no. I just want to sleep. Gone are the days where I don't feel like setting up my ring lights around my bed. I need darkness. Alright. I'm gonna bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye for now.